Recording in progress.
Good morning, Mr. Subrati.
Good morning, Hajira. How's my sound check, Hajira?
We can hear you clearly, Mr. Subrati. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. Hajira, can I just check with you if we quote, please?
We have 4 members, Mr. Subrati. We can proceed with the meeting and we can adopt our minutes last then. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning. I did see Deputy Minister is Gongubela is on the call. I haven't seen the minister as yet. I haven't seen anybody from. I haven't seen Minister DM all along. So good morning to
Mr.
everybody.
Subrati, there will be apologies for the Minister DCDT and the Minister in the Presidency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, colleagues, and good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the chairpersons of board, to the CEOs, and all representatives from all our entities. You're all welcome to this, which appears to be our penultimate portfolio committee meeting for this term. Next week, Tuesday, will be our last, and then on Friday, we will be doing an oversight at MDDA. So you're all welcome to this portfolio committee. Hajira has indicated that we do co-rate to proceed with the meeting, so you're all welcome. And may I then request Hajira to please put flight to the agenda for us.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chabaleng.
Hajira said we only have 4 members. Is that a correct number?
That is correct. We need 4 to co-rate so we can proceed with the meeting, but the adoption of any minutes or reports requires 6. Hajira, would that be correct?
That's correct. And with Kramp and Shabaling, we now have 5 members. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Hajira. So thank you so much, colleagues. We can proceed with the meeting. The adoption of the committee minutes we will hold. That will be the first item, but we will do that when we do have 6 members. That's when we can adopt the minutes. There's 2 items on the agenda after that: the briefing by ZADNA on the audit of the ownership and security audit of the ownership and security of domain names. This is an area that can be abused, in the sense that you could have others making application to register domain names that don't belong to them, or for names that are not theirs. And therefore, we want to get their briefing from them in that respect. And the other area is we'll get a briefing from both the departments, DCDT and GCIS, and their entities on 2 elements. One is their progress to fill critical vacancies and all governance challenges. And that will give us a sense to assess, as we close this term, what progress they have made in terms of filling in critical vacancies, and from that also the impact it has on their respective entities. So colleagues, that's our program for today. I don't expect it to be very, very long. May I then seek your assistance to adopt this committee, the agenda for today, colleagues.
Chairperson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. It's Honorable Chauke Adonis. I hereby move to adopt the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chauke Adonis. Can somebody assist us to second the adoption of the minutes, please? of the agenda?
Chair, I do second.
Thank you, Honorable Nkobezi. Colleagues, thank you so much for the adoption of the agenda, your assistance there. Maybe it would be appropriate for us, before we invite MDDA, to really say well done to Team South Africa. Well done to our president. Well done to everybody who have worked so tirelessly from last year when the handover took place of the G20 presidency, to all those who worked really amazingly. What an amazing we did it feeling. Let's take a bow as fellow South Africans. It's the most patriotic feeling that you would experience. We really experienced a moment in history. So well done. We have proved to the rest of the world that South Africa and that Africa is on the stage. We are present. We are here to direct the history for the next 50 years. We will not be sidelined, and we will not, as our president has persistently said, we will not be bullied. We are here to lead, and we must lead bravely, and we must lead in the context of our portfolio committee, in the context of the digital environment. South Africa and Africa must lead. So let's really give them all the flowers that they deserve. And I think it would be really ideal for our committee to pass our sincere word of gratitude to both the SABC and to GCIS for really pulling a splendid performance on the successful broadcasting and communication on the happenings of the G20. You know, I will be tempted to say Amajla, but I might be called out. But really, all power to the people. Well done, Team South Africa. We did it, and we are here. Gabonga, thank you so much, colleagues, for joining me in celebrating and enjoying that moment of patriotic splendor and an enjoyment. Thank you so much. With those few words, maybe let me then request the delegation from MD. Well done. Thank you, DG.
Mr. Subrati, just apologies, please.
Yes, sorry. See, I'm so excited this morning. Hajira, please, can we have the apologies for this morning?
Good morning. Good morning, members. We have apology for the minister and the presidency. The minister has prior commitments. And then also we have apology for the minister DCDT, who has engagements at the FinTech Festival. We have apologies for our chairperson, Ms. Sangoni Diko, and Mr. Shongwe. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, I'm so glad that we don't have an apology from the Deputy Minister Gungubele. We have been missing him for a while, so maybe it would be most appropriate, DM Gungubele, that I invite you, since it is your department that is presenting first, to have a few opening remarks before we request MDDA to present. DM Gungubele, are you with us? Can we see your face? And let me also recognize, I see DM Morolong is also on the call. I do see DM Morolong over here. You're welcome, DM Morolong. We did pay tribute and give you the flowers to GCIS. Well done. Is DM Gumbele with us?
Yes. Do you see me, Honorable Chair?
Yes, I see you, DM.
Do you want me to take the platform?
Yes, please. We want some opening remarks from you, please.
Thank you very much. As required, let me greet yourself, Honorable Chair, and greet the honorable members of the committee, and of course, join you in celebration the splendid and the sublime performance of our country, and which asserted itself as a quality member of the continent and making both South Africa and the continent as credible stakeholders in the broader globe. It was such a self-fulfilling moment, and the unity of the country behind the whole success across political lines.
Did we lose DM Gugupele?
We seem to have lost DM, eh?
Maybe whilst we wait for DM to join us, if I see DM Morolong here, maybe DM Morolong, we are celebrating the successful G20. Can we invite you maybe then to add to that excitement and share some reflections? And whilst we have appreciated GCIS, DM, are you, Morolong, are you able to join us briefly just to reflect on the G20 success?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, DM.
So should I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I got disconnected. That's my responsibility. Thank you very much. As per your request as a committee, we are here with the DG leading the entire administration, including entities, to deal with the matters that you put on the agenda. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, DM. DM, maybe you can switch off the video. I think you'll improve.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, DM. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Let me do that. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm saying, if I'm audible, and then I'm continuing.
Please continue.
We're here with the entire team led by that are on the agenda, ZADNA, and all the other elements affecting SOEs on governance, vacancies, and so on. And the DG will lead that. If I got you properly, you want to start with ZADNA, am I right?
That is correct, DM.
Yes, but I thought I wanted to say one or two things on the ZADNA. I know the issues you want ZADNA to deal with, but I thought it is important just to say one or two things about ZADNA. That this is one item, Honorable Chair, I still believe we need some time to actually elevate it to the level of its significance as far as it pertains to its significance from the sovereign point of view, pertaining to its nature of national digital identity, and then what is the significance economically and as far as it deals with the digital territory, control over and protecting critical infrastructure from the cybersecurity sovereignty and all the issues that to its socio-economic significance, safety of the country, its major contribution to economy. It's an item, in my view, that we need to sit down because there's a lot that can be said. Even the manner it accounts with regard to its performance. I think a day, sometime, if it could be available, we go dig deep on its significance. But I know today you are here to deal with the issues of ownership, but I thought I wanted to make that comment. And of course, the presentations are here, and the DG will actually lead and guide how presentations are going to take place.
Thank you. Thank you, DM. Is that it from you? DG, can I then invite you to proceed and then lead the team that will be doing the .ZADNA presentation? DG?
Thank you, Chair. A very good morning to you. Good morning to the honorable members, and also good morning to the deputy ministers on the platform. Chair, you were recognizing DM Marabong. I don't know if perhaps you'd want him to come in here while you're still congratulating the nation.
Yes, I think let's check with Dear Morolong. Dear Morolong, can you join us on before we proceed into the substance? The theme was appreciating and congratulating Team South Africa, and you've been an integral part of it, you and the presidency. Can we then have a few words from you?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the DM. Good morning to our distinguished officials on the platform. Let me also echo the same sentiments about the successful hosting of the Premier Forum for Global Economic Cooperation. This is not the first time that South Africa has distinguished itself on the global platform. You would remember that we've hosted a successful Football World Cup, Cricket World Cup, Rugby World Cup, Netball World Cup, and we've demonstrated our capacity with respect to our world-class institutions and our ability to host the world in our shore. So we really wish to convey not just our appreciations to those who are in the forefront of making sure that this prestigious event becomes a resounding success, but congratulate those who have contributed to making sure that this becomes a success in many respects. These events contribute immensely to the gig economy. They also contribute immensely to nation building. We've seen how South Africans have expressed their deep appreciation to the government for distinguishing itself in hosting this event. So we really wish to thank you and thank the Portfolio Committee and Parliament for its contribution to the G20 through the P20, and for everybody who has been involved in making sure that this G20 presidency becomes a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Morolong, and once again, well done to GCIS and to presidency and all those stakeholders who have really made us so proud. Thank you so much. DG, can I then invite you back onto the platform?
Thank you, Chair, and maybe leaning in on the comments that have been said by our deputy ministers. That's the critical role that ZADNA also plays as then the national digital ID driver, and it's also boosting the digital economy. Chair, we underestimate the value proposition of ZADNA. They are a champion in terms of the e-commerce as well as online activities, and more that we're moving into the gig economy, as the DM alluded to. And it does support, it's also very intentional in terms of supporting as well as transforming our local ecosystem, from your businesses to your schools, to small kids, to even elders, just getting them online as well. So South Africa, I think, through their contribution as well, is proud to that be a leader and being very globally competitive. Maybe just to highlight some of these, and I thought DM Gungubelo was going to talk about it because he loves to. We are ranked 9th globally, honorable members, on internet exchange traffic. So we're very intentional in terms of attracting this investment into the country. We've got a number of submarine cable. It keeps on growing the number. At the moment, it's 11th. We're expecting the 12th. We just launched the 11th one now to Africa. And we are hoping that we're going to attract more investment. And that, obviously, as I said, continues in terms of improving our global ranking. We are also ranked 18th globally in terms of your domain name systems, as well as your URL performance. And, Chair, I'm proud to say that we are number 1 in Africa as far as the IP addresses are concerned. We want to keep this trend going as we continue, obviously, under our digital economy, as well as the 4 OIR goals that we had adopted. So I would like to then hand over to the chairperson of ZADNA, as well as the CE, acting CEO of ZADNA, to then take us through their presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Can we invite the chairperson of ZADNA?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the DM, the DG, other portfolio organization on the line, chairpersons and officials from the department. Thank you very much for that introduction, DG. And I think it's very opportune that we've been requested to do this presentation regarding the ownership and security of domain names, because I think that's one area that we really never get to focus on. And in terms of our presentation today, we've been asked to talk about cybersecurity, compliance to the alternative dispute regulations, protection of domain names for the users, and also looking at the awareness part of what we do as ZADNA. I think the focus is how do we also ensure that we include rural communities and rural areas into the ecosystem. But before we go to the core of the presentation, I just wanted also to just set out, to talk about the context of what ZADNA is and what the alignment to the three key priorities of the MTDP, because I think context is important. And as you said, DG, that the namespace is it's a national critical resource, and it's a resource for development. And as we've acknowledged, and I think it's not just a South African thing, that the internet is a tool for development. Therefore, having this online identity is really key. And in terms of our transformation agenda, the CE will take us through the presentation about what is it that we are doing in terms of transformation, governance. How do we govern the namespace, and how do we contribute to the economic growth of this country? Because I think these are very key in terms of looking at ownership and security. But I think what's also important is the role that we play in the bigger ecosystem in South Africa when we look at digital transformation. Having said that, those the brief introductory remarks, I will hand over to the CEO to just take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members and the chairperson at large. We're going to share now. I'm not sure if members are able to see. Is it appearing?
You can proceed.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sally, and good morning again, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, the DG, and the members of the portfolio committees, as well as all the CEs and colleagues. Let me start by saying we welcome the opportunity to talk about our presentation. Thank you, the Chairperson of the board, for the introduction that you've already given. We appreciate it. So I'm going to just start there and just continue from there. So the ZA domain name is it's one of the most things that we're doing is to make sure that we give people the symbol of national identity in order to get digital economy and to make sure that the platform that we give, they're able to be innovative in their own way of doing business. We also foster trust and promote e-commerce and support the local businesses. Of course, we're not going to be limited in South Africa or continentally. We also touch on issues of the global competitiveness in terms of South African businesses. Chair, the DM already talked about the issue of the digital sovereignty. We create opportunities for all the South Africans, and we make sure that the digital representation is all known in South Africa, and it shows and confirms that.
Sorry, can I just pause you there, CEO? I'm seeing, Hajira, I'm seeing it says here P has started screen sharing. I don't see anything. Is it a problem on my side? Is it visible, the slides?
I think it's a problem of everybody, Chairperson, I suspect.
Okay, can we please address that, Secretariat?
Because it's also just screening on my side.
That is correct. We don't want the CEO. Yes, now we've got visuals. Who's managing the slide? Thank you.
Okay. All right, Chair. Is that audible for everybody? I mean, is that visible for everybody?
Yes, okay. We are now with you. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you. Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Jira. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, the DM. No, I was still continuing to say that we also make sure that our domain name is secure, it's resilient, and also inclusive, which enable trust and innovations to do economic growth in the South African digital economy. Chair, we also a resource of the national development. We operate with understanding that the ZA namespace is a public good, and we make sure that it does not encourage maximum profit, but it maximizes the public benefit. Which includes the reinvesting in the digital ecosystem. We support public interest initiatives, and we make sure that the namespace remains affordable, accessible to all South Africans. Chair, part of our values is to make sure that there's collaborations amongst us and among our stakeholders. We are also part of make sure that there's innovation in the way we do our business. Integrity is something that we value ourselves and proud of. We also make sure that there's inclusivity, and we value people first. Excellence is what we strive to do all the time, and we make sure that there's agility in the business that we do it. Chairperson, in terms of governance, we understand that part of our role is to be a guardian of a key national asset actually. And we are capable, we're committed to building a capable ethical and development state, which will then be exemplifying this through, number one, that will be ethical administration, development mandate, and capable governance. In terms of ethical administration, we make sure that we operate with integrity, accountability, and there is zero tolerance for corruptions or in the management of the ZA namespace. In terms of the development mandate, we make sure that the namespace is an instrument for public good and digital inclusion, ensuring that it serves the nation's development objectives above anyone else. In terms of capable governance, we implement efficient, transparent, and world-class register system. Chair, you have heard the GM talking about the transformation agenda. It's one of the things that we hold very key and very close to our heart. We are committed to advancing broad-based transformation in the DNS ecosystem, which includes promoting equality, diversity in the registrar ownership. And we also play a part in terms of capacity building for the new registrants and fostering inclusive participation by historically disadvantaged groups. Chair, you would agree with me that in the beginning, 10 to 15 years back, not everybody was involved in this kind of business. It was only limited to the limited people. But now we make sure that the HDIs groups are also covered. We also make sure that there's inclusive digital participation, which is key to reducing poverty, lowering barriers to economic opportunities, and make sure that we support township business, SMEs, as well as rural entrepreneurs in establishing them to have a digital presence under the ZA namespace. Chair, we also focus in nurturing Black-owned, women-led, and youth-driven enterprises in the domain name value chain by creating inclusive growth agenda and transformation objectives. Chair, indeed, we can't do that alone. We do that in inclusion of the partnerships and some other development agencies, local incubators, as well as the internet service providers to extend access and to build digital skills and to make sure that we are able to have rural and township business economies thriving in our business. Chair, what I'm showing here is just a graph. You will see that on the far right-hand side, Chair, is a graph that shows the all commercial SLDs. We just decided to show from 2016 to 2025. You realize that by 2016, the growth of the domain name there was 1 million. But as we speak now with 2025, we are at 1.4. This is part of the economic growth, Chair, through the e-commerce engine. Through the ZA domain names, you are able to establish an online presence, facilitate e-commerce, and reach out to the wider markets. And you are also able to do the investment innovation. Chair, the ZA domain names attracts foreign investment and foster thriving tech startups ecosystem, contributing to innovations and economic diversity. In terms of the global competitiveness, Chair, we enhance the South African competitiveness in the global digital marketplace and also enable business to connect with international customers and not only limited to Africa or to our region, but whole in a global platform. Chair, we also directly contribute to the driving economic growth through the national alignment and make sure that we stimulate the digital economy and create jobs. In terms of the ZA domain name uptake, Chair, from the graph that I've shown on the previous screen, it shows that we are currently at 1.41,413 domains by the end of September, which is just an increase of 7,220 in terms of the net growth during Q2. Chair, the composition of the namespace is majority of the are covered by the co.za, which takes over 97%. And then the rest are shared within OGZA, NetZA, and WebZA. Chair, in terms of the new registrations for this quarter, we had around 78,211, which were registered during Q2, and this gives us an increase of 2,678, which indicates that for the last financial year, there was a growth actually. Most of the registrations are at 90%, of which are at 98%, which are, of course, coming from the co.za. And Chair, I must also state that a majority of our clients are not individuals, they're business people. They are business companies, and we are proud to make sure that their domain names are secured all the time. We also experienced deletions, Chair. For the quarter, we have received around 70,991 domains that were deleted. And this is something that we are working closely with the registries and all stakeholders to make sure that we reduce the deletion rate, because it also affects in terms of our net growth. In terms of the net growth and renewal rate, Chair, for the Q2, we had a net growth of 7,220, which was showing at about 3,503 renewals processed in Q2. Chair, like I said, majority of these people continue to make sure that domain names are renewed. Some of them are consider the options of multi-renewal, where they're able to register it for 2 years, for 3 years, up to the maximum of 5 years. In terms of the domain age and maturity, Chair, we have roughly about domain names that have been, in fact, the averages are around 6.7 years, which means that for those that have been longer, it's around 6 years, and then we make sure that we continue to take care of their needs. And the median age is around 4.7, indicating substantial core long-held domain names balanced by continual new additions. We also have the part of the re-registration, Chairperson, which for Q2, it was interesting. We had an activity of around 5629, which was 7.9 deleted names. And Chair, these are the domain names that we're about to lapse, and then members were able to re-register them. Chair, we also have a diverse register ecosystem. Like I said earlier, that historically it was only owned by a certain group, but currently we make sure that it covers a number of stakeholders. It's comprised of a large number of accredited registrars. As we speak now, we have around 547, which was an increase from 418. In terms of the registration and net permanent ownership, Chair, I need to stress this one, Chair, to say there's no person that owns the domain name permanently. The domain name is owned for a specific period, in a fixed period, which means that each and every year, at the end of the year, majority of the domain names needs to be renewed. If you don't renew it, Chair, you stand a chance of losing it, that it can be taken by somebody else and they continue doing business or using a domain name. You can register it up to the maximum of multi-year renewal of 5 years. Chair, this is just a steps on showing how the process of ownership and the ownership lifestyle is showing on our screen. The first one is to, obviously, Chair, you will have to search and select a domain name or using your preferred domain name, which might be mybusiness.co.za through the registered seller. From there, then you have to go to the registration process, which then provides the registration details through the DNS info, and you have to pay for the domain name for registration fee. In terms of activation, once the domain is approved and propagated through the DNS, you have to make sure that it becomes active and points to the user website or your email server. Chair, the part which is also important is the renewal part, that you need to make sure that it's renewed timely before it gets expired. In terms of the legal ownership, Chair, this is determined by the registration details listed on the WHOIS, which is a function within the registry database. And administrative rights are also, the person who have the registration rights also have the full control to update, to transfer, and even to delete the domain name through the platform. The technical control, Chair, is managed via the DNS settings, which are the name servers and A records and MX records. That also define how the domain name functions online. The registrant, Chair, who is the user, or it can be an individual, it can be organization, a company that registers and uses the domain name throughout. The registrar is a company through which the domain name is registered. So you have to choose. Like I said, we have over 500 of them. You are spoiled for choice to check which one do you prefer. The registry operator, Chair, is the registry that we have appointed, which manages the database for all registered names under the specific extension under ZA, which can be org.za, co.za, web.za, and net.za. We remain to be the regulator, Chair, which gives us the mandate to oversee the namespace policy, the governance, and ensures that there's fair accessibility and stability of the ZA domain namespace. Chair, like the DMF said, part of what we do is make sure that there's awareness. We need to educate people. We need to market what ZA is all about and what does it do. Of course, Chair, we have been established according to the ACTA obligation, which is Chapter 65.2, which gives us, which tells us to make sure that we enhance public awareness on the economic and commercial benefits of the domain name registrations. We have the PR and marketing function within our department, which is responsible for management and promotion of the ZA brand through the effective brand communications and awareness initiatives. In terms of the strategic output, Chair, we make sure that we educate people through the campaigns wherever we go and make sure that we talk about the benefits of having a ZA domain name instead of using a different one. Our main objective, Chair, is to tap into the greater part of the South African population. We're not only looking at the rural areas or the urban areas, we do that collectively. We stimulate domain name registrations and strengthen the stakeholder relations. Chair, part of our segment, we have general citizens, entrepreneurs, business, internal and external stakeholders. The tactics that we use, Chair, is to make sure that we are available in all social media. We also cover the media platforms, print, online, TV, and radio. Of course, TV and radio is expensive, Chair, but we do try by all means that we do have our presence in that platforms. Chair, this is some of the activities of how we do things. I think I will not bore members with this. I'll just skip it to the next one. Chair, we also make sure that our activities, we also touch on the previous disadvantaged communities across the country, which include the issues of ZA workshops, awareness education, as well as media encourage domain name registration processes. Chair, we also we're going to speak about the protection of the ZA domain name, which is also important, Chair. As a regulator, Chair, we play an important role in protecting domain names owners by combating domain name abuse, which we call it abusive registration, and intellectual property related matters. We also effectively carry out the above responsibility in accordance with the legislative mandate that include the following: policy development and oversight, domain name abuse reporting, as well as the global benchmarking. Chair, as we continue with the ZA name protection, we have the process that we call it ADR, which is the Alternative Dispute Resolution. The process, we were appointed by the Department of Communications back then to enforce that the prescripts of the Alternative Dispute Resolutions for the abusive and offensive domain remedies are being taken care of. This often relates to the intellectual property rights for domain names and proof abusive when a domain name is registered or acquired. Or some people will want to sell, to rent, to transfer the domain name to a complainant or a third party. We also touch on the internationally block the process of registration of a domain name or a trademark over which a complainant has the rights. We also look at the unfair disrupt of the business operations by a complainant, leading to a belief that the domain name registered relates to or is affiliated with the operations of the complainant. In the case of offensive and resistant chairperson, that's where we make sure that the registration is made to advance hatred based on gender, race, ethnicity, religion, or promotion of incitement to cause harm. That's where we get in and make sure that that is done correctly. Chair, there are, of course, various steps that we do in the process of ADR, which includes the filing a complaint for evaluation through the ADR process. We have that on our website. There's a file a dispute link that you're able to do that. We also make sure that we undertake the process of mediation. This is the process that we normally encourage people to consider before they can even go to the next step of getting the ADR service providers, because we do it. It's a cheaper option. If we're able to resolve, then there's no need for members to go to the ADR service providers. But in case the mediation process doesn't go through or it doesn't become successful, that's when we make sure that we refer them to the appointed ADR service providers to continue with the dispute. Chair, we also make sure that if the domain name registered is proven to be abusive in line with the definition per regulations, we make sure that the domain name is transferred to the complainant and to prevent any further harm. Because we have realized that there are those people that some call them chance takers. If they see that there's a business that is thriving, they want to use the same domain name for their own personal matters. Chair, in terms of matters that are outside our mandate, it's, we are not mandated to address any domain name that is other than the ZA domain name. We're talking about anything that might be a GTL domain, such as .com, .org, .cn, which stands for China, BW, what might be Botswana, NG, that might be Nigeria, CN, of course, that's China. So we also not able to do disputes relating to the website hosting or management of the design services. Chair, we also did not touch on the commercial dispute between the registrar and the reseller. Chair, as we complete, our intention is to ensure that the ZADNA interests continue to be a pillar of South African digital transformation by making sure that there's fostering economic growth, promoting inclusion through innovation and transformation process. Chair, I'm not sure if you want us to pause here to take questions or you want us to continue with the process of doing the part 2 of our presentation, which is the vacancy and governance update from ZADNA.
I think deal with both the items together.
All right. Thank you, Chair. In terms of the governance and challenges from our side, Chair, we have 23 approved vacancies, and we have 15 approved positions that are permanent and funded, 8 positions are contract positions and unfunded positions. We have the contract of the Chief Executive Officer, which was a 5-year contract that came to an end in August this year, and it has been extended for a year, which is going to be expiring in July next year. We have 7 positions that are on moratorium due to budget constraints, and that give us only 1 critical position that we are in the process of filling. The position is for the Internet Governance Coordinator. The position becomes vacant when we seconded one of our employee to DCDT. We then went further to advertise the position. We're done with the shortlisting and the interviews are completed. As we speak now, the HR department is busy with the background checks to make sure that everything is done. Chair, we also have our own slide that talks about the governance within our entity. First one was the one that I touched on, that the issue of the CEO's contract that came to an end and was given an extra 1-year contract. Chair, this is one of the issues that we always talk about every time when we get a platform, that we do have financial constraints in our business that restrains us to do some of the things that we're intending to do. We also have the long outstanding regulations, Chair, that also limit us in terms of part of what we should be doing in terms of the mandate. Chair, you will remember that we are not audited by the AG Auditor General. We use our external auditors, who are the one that make sure that our findings are resolved, and we make sure that we make follow-ups on them. We have an improved governance processes within our entity because we have the board, which comprises of 9 members. We also have the Audit and Risk Committee, which is comprised of non-executive directors, to make sure that the processes within the ZA domain names are done correctly. Chair, that concludes the presentation from ZADNA. Thank you, and let me hand over to the board chairperson.
Board chair, any additions?
Thank you, acting CEO. We'll take questions. Maybe just to speak on one issue of the alternative dispute resolution is that this is a cost-effective manner of resolving a dispute rather than having to go to court, because initially people had to go to court, to the High Court to have to resolve a dispute. So the payments for this dispute is about 10,000 rands for one adjudicator, and if it's three adjudicators, then it would be 10,000 rands each. But also, just to inform the members that there's also a fund that is made available for entities and individuals who are unable to pay for the service, so that, because we're trying to build equity, equality, and also make sure that people have access to some of these platforms and this resolution mechanism that we have. I just wanted to add that to the presentation. With that, we'll take questions, and thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson of ZADNA, and to CEO. If you can please close the presentation. CEO, if you can please stop sharing your screen. Thank you. Thanks. Colleagues, so that is the presentation that we were waiting for and we have received. Let's appreciate the presentation. It's an important presentation, and I thought we don't dwarf it with the next item, and that we allow ourselves an opportunity to engage this item, given also the opening comments of DG, in which he has indicated that this .ZADNA and its importance needs to be lifted within the department, because it does present a tremendous potential for connecting our people and creating and unlocking opportunities within the digital space. So we'll allow ourselves an opportunity to engage this presentation first, and I'm going to look to take hands. Honorable Singh, can I recognize you?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the officials for the presentation. Chair, I just have a few questions regarding the actual domain names. I don't see anything in that list when they put co.za, net.za. I didn't see gov.za. So can I just have clarity on that? Is that not part of this? And regarding the security of our domain names and the deletions, or perhaps on-time deletions, because we've seen quite a number of articles coming through where a lot of fake news, specifically regarding South Africa, is coming through. They say it is coming through using domain names that people have not deleted or are actually not using anymore. And that is a concern with this type of misinformation that is being spread in the country. So I'd just like to know, how is this being dealt with and what is in place? The last thing is that I'm not sure if there was a difference in the presentation that we had. I just want to confirm, is the CEO currently suspended? And if they can just give us clarity on that, because that's what the presentation I have says. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Shabaleng.
Chair, thanks a lot for the opportunity. I think maybe the quick follow-up was on the questions we asked the last time around the .ZADNA. My voice is not the best. I've got a bit of a voice issue and sickness. But I just wanted to quickly just go on the issues that were raised with .ZADNA, mostly around the governance issues, the financial crisis that was actually highlighted, and the complaint that was brought forward with respect to, I think one of the board members had a dispute with .ZADNA, and the highlighted issues of maladministration within .ZADNA. On some of those issues, we've got a comprehensive report that was actually issued out, but we haven't had almost a elaboration on those issues as to why was that kind of a situation, because ZADNA was placed in a precarious situation, just like our colleague has just highlighted, Shara, that there is a problem of either the CEO was, suspended or the CEO was unavailable, etc. So there are issues around ZADNA. Yes, the presentation is a welcome presentation in terms of just walking the committee through the understanding of the really purpose of ZADNA. But the most important thing is, I don't think we understand the gravity of what ZADNA should be doing or performing, because I regard it as almost a key point in respect to South Africa's national sovereignty on data and data integrity, etc. And the questions that I raised last time around ZADNA haven't yet been articulated on the follow-up presentation. On the issues of operations, the financial side of it, the data sovereignty part of it is the data that ZADNA operates, currently hosted locally. Do we have a secure environment of what ZADNA does? Also, the infrastructure that they utilize for the domain processes. The last time we were explained that it is currently a licensed process where they work with service providers that are doing, but they said that they own the data. I don't understand how that works, as well as the services that are provided by external service providers. So we don't have much clarity on the issues. One needs to get into the real operational nitty-gritty and the crisis that occurred within ZADNA. This presentation is totally toned down. It's too nice and sweet. It doesn't attend to the issues that we really want to deal with and speak to as a committee, particularly from our side, in terms of the issues that relates to the organization. I understand, it's a good story, but we're not in the good story space now. We want to really understand what are the problems, what needs to be done, and how can we support as a committee to get these issues resolved. And again, one critical factor, what is the projection of ZADNA's future in terms of creating its revenue and sustainability going into the future? Going into the future on how it could maximize and increase its revenue as well as product. I've already mentioned before that you're competing with the likes of GoDaddy, etc., internationally, and many others. Like the CEO has just said that the Chinese are doing it. Europeans have got their own, .com type of a scenario and platforms. So what makes ZADNA unique? That's what I wanted to do. So I'm not going to take too much time on this one. I would appreciate some honest answers and responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. We wish you a speedy recovery. Honorable Felicia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just a minute, almost. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I've got very few questions as well. Chair, the data shows that .co.za make up almost 98% of the namespace. And for me, this is an indication that the .za space, remains extremely commercial and corporate. So I think I want to know, Chair, how is ZADNA then actively demolishing? How are they actively demolishing such corporate monopoly to ensure that the namespace truly serves the people, not just big businesses, because I think that's what they're doing right now, if like almost 98% of the namespace, as it shows in the data. I just want to know, Chair, if they maybe have specific targets in place to increase the share of non-commercial and community-owned domains. That is my interest. And they mention nurturing Black-owned, women-led, and youth-driven enterprises. Yet the registrar ecosystem is still dominated by the 547 accredited entities, many of which are established players. So, Chair, I think I'm also interested in knowing the percentage of the revenue that actually flows to these designated groups, because we are always given groups, but then we're never given like any verifiable and audited breakdowns of revenue share. We don't know their gender, we don't know the age, and we don't even know the registrar owners. So do they have any verifiable and audited breakdown of revenue that actually goes to these people that they mentioned to be nurturing? They also note that deleted domains are quickly re-registered, often by automated services. So what are they doing to prevent this hoarding? Because there's a hoarding that is happening here, and to ensure that these expired domains are made available in a fair manner to other aspiring, Black entrepreneurs, not just the highest automated bidder, because that's what we see in this presentation, Chairperson. And I couldn't help but note that their awareness campaigns are targeting scholars and tertiary students and the working class. Yet the cost of data is and the internet access remains very high for the millions of South Africans. So I don't understand how they can first promote the .za domain registration without first tackling the fundamental issue of data cost, because data remains very, very expensive, and it is a barrier to entry for the poor and the working class. And maybe lastly, Chair, they also clearly state they cannot handle the abuse in .com and other TLDs. I just want to know how many of these African businesses and individuals are exploited in these platforms, and is there anything that they are doing to create maybe awareness about the dangers of using these foreign TLDs that are outside South African regulatory protection? That's all from me, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Delishe. Colleagues, I see no further hands on the platform, then maybe I will make my submissions. Let me begin by indicating that what DM Gungubele had mentioned, that, and then also reflecting on why we would have called .ZADNA specifically. Honorable Chabaleng, can I check, is that a legacy hand? I see your hand is still up before I go.
Chair, it was a legacy hand.
Thank you. So let me then indicate that upon my reflections and against the backdrop of the G20, one of the resolutions is to really drive the digital space and occupy the digital space and grow the digital space, and Africa must not be left behind. And I think .ZADNA sits at the crust of that, and we see it as a critical driver of economy, a critical driver of information connectivity, having an informed and vibrant, digitally informed communities. Maybe let me begin by asking the question surrounding abuse of the system, because I think one of the themes we wanted to talk about is the issue surrounding security. Now, can a person make this a thriving illegal business? and I'm trying to phrase it as best as I can. That is, a person goes and he registers websites that the person knows is not his or her website, but then goes on to sell it or end up selling it at a price, and then it ends up becoming a legal problem for the one who ought to be owning it. So that's the question I'm asking. I'm just really playing devil's advocate and saying that, is there that possibility? Have there been that instances? And then maybe what is ZADNA's response to that there? Because one of the critical things is, if I have a brand that I've been developing as a private SMME, and you have an unscrupulous person who realizes that this particular brand at some stage is going to have a digital presence. And that unscrupulous person, because that's his business case, he scans the market, he sees emerging businesses that don't have a digital space, and then they go and register it under their names, and they wait for the fish to bite, to use that analogy. For me, that is a concern. And I think that's what we would like to unpack over here. Maybe the next question is, you have indicated 1.3 million, 1.3, I think, 385 million domain names under the .co.za. Maybe the question we need to ask as a developmental tool, what is the potential? Should you not, therefore, maybe let's rephrase it this way. Should ZADNA not be setting yourself some targets? Because clearly there's more than 1.3 million businesses in this country incorporating rural, informal businesses, SMMEs that don't have a digital space. Shouldn't you then be holding yourself accountable to a target, say for the next financial year? Because what we're going to be getting is just feedback. In other words, growth takes place on the push effect and the pull effect. The push effect is where the pull effect is where you draw the customers towards you. In other words, you aggressively announce the importance of digital presence. Are you doing that? And are you focusing on the SMMEs? Because the president has highlighted as one of the first apex priority is to build an inclusive economy and create jobs. And ZADNA is at the epicenter of this. And it's not going to happen if ZADNA expects to grow organically. My question then would be, what active efforts are you making to maybe A, hold yourself accountable to target, and B, support it with an aggressive marketing campaign to attract people to take up the ZADNA names, and also maybe then highlight the risks to their future businesses, to unscrupulous operators and registers, if they don't take that up. So I think I'm talking a lot towards developmental. Are you aggressively driving the development? On that, maybe an area where we suffered during COVID-19 was the schooling system, where many of our schools did not have an online presence. And because of that online presence, learners were unable to connect. And this is where we really, as a portfolio committee, would love to see a target being set for all our schools to have a digital presence. And maybe the question to you would be, how many schools are there? And then what portion of the schools, according to your knowledge, have a digital presence? And then following up from that, what then needs to happen for us to massify where we achieve a near 100% connection of these schools to a digital space? And maybe talking to digital and talking to inclusive economy. And I know that, CEO, you did indicate that majority of the 1.3 million are businesses. Maybe around that there, you should start looking at data, or do you have data in that 1.3 million that maybe talks to issues around transformation? Of those that have this digital presence, these names, what portion of them are directors or people of youth, persons with disabilities, persons of historically disadvantaged individuals, because I think this is critical. We need to keep challenging ourselves that how then do we get data to ensure that the digital space doesn't become a colonized space, that it is owned by individuals it is owned by historically disadvantaged individuals and who have historically been excluded from the economy. I think for me, the next question then would be, I've spoken around schools. Oh yes, you did mention that in one of your governance issues, you mentioned long outstanding regulations as a governance challenge. What are these long outstanding regulations that you are referring to? How is it limiting you to maximize and perform your function? And then what is the expectation from the department and from this committee to assist you with regards to those regulations? Because part of our duties as a committee is we are lawmakers, as parliamentarians. How can we assist you to ensure if there are any roadblocks, we can assist you then to unblock that roads? I think I've spoken about the 1.3 million ideally, and that talks to the accountant in me. I'd love to see, we are sitting at 1.3 million and we want to grow to 1.5 in year 2 by 28, 27, 26, 27, and we want to reach 2.5 million by the end of the 7th administration. We would really like to see you thinking along those lines rather than just thinking organically, whoever comes and registers, we will register. The idea is we need to aggressively grow the economy. We need to aggressively inform South Africans of the potential. We need to create incentives for them to register. We need to create subsidies and partnerships with big businesses, with banks to come in, support these businesses that might be struggling to have a digital presence. I am saying that we need to take the matter far more aggressively. Let me just check if there's any other questions I may have omitted. Yes. So you mentioned that the ZADNA manages the .za namespace as a public good for maximal public benefit rather than maximal profit. What then are some of the specific mechanisms or strategies mentioned that ZADNA employs to balance the public good mandate with the need for a sustainable and growing domain ecosystem? Yes, the presentation clarifies that a user does not own a domain name permanently, but registers it for a fixed period. Based on the description of the domain ownership chain, what then is the distinct role and responsibility of the registry operator compared to the registrar, and how then does ZADNA as the regulator oversee this entire structure? And as I maybe then pause, I would also like you to reflect on the incidents I gave where you have an unscrupulous person who goes on registering domain names to sell it off a black market, etc. Have you got instances of that? And then how do you mediate or facilitate those in terms of disputes? Let me just quickly have a last check. If there's any other colleagues before I hand back to you. There are no other hands. Chairperson of the board, let me hand back to you then to lead the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with some of the questions that Mr. Nchabileng asked about the previous questions that were asked to ZADNA. And maybe the first one that's on everybody's mind before I get into Mr. Nchabileng's questions is the suspension of the CEO. The CEO has been suspended. We are currently going through a disciplinary process that we hope will be finalized before before we go off on holiday this year. So we are at the final stages of the disciplinary hearings. In terms of financial constraints that have been highlighted at ZADNA, I think we've spoken before about this, that we had an agreement with USASA at a certain point for them to fund us in terms of working with them to work on the school digitization project, and everything was done, and we started to procure and even appoint people who were going to assist with that project, but the money was not forthcoming. That's why we find ourselves where we are as ZADNA at the moment in terms of the financial constraints that we are facing. And in terms of ZADNA being a key point, I do agree with you, Mr. Nchabiling. It is a key point, ZADNA, because this is a critical resource that has implications for national security, well-being of the country, the economy of the country. So I'm in agreement with you, and we do ensure that, in terms of ensuring the security of the data and the infrastructure of ZADNA, that it's always up to par international standards. That's the reason why when we talk about ZADNA and the uptime, we are at 99.9% time uptime, always, because we understand the implications of anything happening to ZADNA, and that it would have catastrophic implications for the country. Like we said at the last meeting, that as the ECTX outlines, that as ZADNA, we are the regulator. We are supposed to license or accredit registries and registrars, and therefore we have an accredited registry, that is there's a South African registry consortium that is doing our technical operations as we are the regulator. And maybe to just correct something, our competition, Big Daddy is another registry, is not the regulator. ZADNA is the regulator. So Big Daddy would be in competition perhaps with ZACR and the likes. I think what you find that we compete with in South Africa in terms of domain names would be your .com, your .tv, and all of those. Not as a regulator per se, but as a namespace in general. And there was a question about .com to say, what is it that we are doing to tell people, to inform people? We do inform people about the .com, to say that if you register at .com and then you have a dispute, you would have to go and have the dispute in the US. You cannot have it in South Africa because that's outside our jurisdiction. And also, I think one key other important element to add to this is that when you register at .com, the money leaves the country, it doesn't stay in the country, unlike when you register .za. So this is the information that we impart when we do our awareness campaign, so that people know.
Just a point of exigency quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Chairperson, sorry, just a point there. I was referring to GoDaddy, which is a domain registry. Big Daddy is a liquor and something to do with liquor. It's got nothing to do with domains, but it's GoDaddy. The largest domain register in the world is GoDaddy right now. I just wanted to make that correction. Sorry on that.
Yes, noted. That's why I was saying that it is in line with the ACR, not the regulator. It is a registry like ZAC. So it's one of the biggest in the world. You are right, and I know that they do play in the South African environment also as one of the registries that are in our environment. I was on the .com part, so I just wanted to just highlight that we do try to inform people, but also perhaps to say that I think, people, once they understand what the implications are and what does it mean, and I think moving forward, we are going to see many people moving to your .za namespace because of the evolution of AI and all of those other things that are happening in this space. But this is another discussion for another day of how, DNS and AI, how do they come together. So, with regards to the regulations, Mr. Nchabeling, I hope I have. Or you asked about data sovereignty and where is our data? Whether is it in South Africa? Our data is in South Africa. It is in the data centers that are in country. So our data is in South Africa. That is one of the things that we make sure of when we do have an agreement, when we draft an agreement with whatever registry that we might appoint, like the one that we've appointed. And that's the reason why it's always important to ensure that in terms of appointing a registry operator in the country, you have to appoint, you cannot have a joint venture with a foreign entity. It has to be a purely South African entity that runs this, because we have seen, history has taught us that some of these things can be taken out of the country and be run by somebody elsewhere. So for us, we know what it means to have a ZA, South Africa, and being run by South Africans, and also ensuring that we build capacity around that. With I will hand over to the CEO to respond to some of the questions that I will not answer, but maybe let me maybe talk to the issue of regulations. We as ZADNA, we don't have regulations, so we are left to having to have this agreement with the registry, and what that does, we do not have access to the registrars as ZADNA, and that really ties our hands in the back. We are unable to do the mandate, to execute the mandate fully of what ZADNA is supposed to be doing. I think once we have that, we will be able to streamline the work of the authority, and we can do more. And lastly, you were saying that in terms of the registrar and the registry, how do we oversee that? I think the contract, the agreement that we have with them, with the registry, outlines their role and what our role is, and in terms of making sure that they adhere to the requirements of ZADNA. That's how we do that in terms of the registry. And also, when you say, I think there was a question about who notifies who about the, I hope I'm not mistaken, in terms of renewals, the registry does that. It's not the regulator that does that, that gives notification to the people whose domain names are about to expire, to say that they're given through notices before the deletions, before the domain name is deletions. I will leave the rest to the CEO, to the acting CEO. Over to you, acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Chairperson. I'll touch on the question that were raised by Ms. Singh, Ms. Felicia, and yourself, Chairperson. I think the board Chairperson covered the question that came from Ms. Nchabeling fully. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are, Mr. Madlavo. Can you switch on your camera? Is it possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Singh asked a question in relation to the board matters. I think the Chairperson has covered that of the CEO's matters. The question that was still outstanding was the question of the GovZA. We also relay that, but let's also stress that gov.za is managed by CETA. We could have easily not put it there. She also asked about the question of the deletion rates. I think that the question that was also repeated by Ms. Felicia there. So we are concerned with the deletion rate, hence we put that on as part of our presentation there. But we do have action plans to make sure that the deletion rates are reduced. But maybe let me also state that some of the matters that makes the deletion rate are not really within ZADNA's mandate, because some of the reasons why they're deleted is because people might have registered the domain names intending to have as whatever business, but change of mind within a period of 6 months. So obviously that will mean that the business, the domain name is no longer available. Let's also not forget the issues of affordability as well. I think the board chair, the chairperson also touched on the issue of affordability. If the domain name is not renewed within a period of a year, obviously the domain name will no longer be available, and whoever have availability of wanting to use it, they will continue to use it. So those are some of the reasons. But we do have engagements, continuous engagements with the registry, who also goes to make it their point to educate and also have meetings with the registrars in order to make sure that the deletion rates are reduced. Ms. Stenisha had a question in relation to the RAS. I think the chairperson covered that, the difference between the registry, the RA, and the regulator. But what I want to also stress is the issue of the revenue split. You asked a question about the revenue split for the registry and the RAS. Chair, we have no control on the revenue plan on how they do that, because they don't only give a domain name, they give a package. They give you a domain name, they also give you hosting, and also give you the email address. What we're doing is only the domain name. So they'll package it to you and say, we're going to give it, for example, 200 Rand per annum. So that's how they make commission in relation to that. Ms. Singh also continued to ask a question about the .co.za to say, what is it that we're doing to make sure that the other SMEs that are also growing? When we do the campaigns, we're not doing only limited to the co.za. We also encourage people to register the other SLDs, your .org, your web, and .net. And we're not only targeting the businesses. When we go to the rural township, we're not going for the big businesses, big businesses. We're only going there for the SMEs. So we are not looking for the big companies only. And by the way, individuals are also expected to register the domain name. So it's not only limited to the companies. Chair, the issue of rural, I've touched on that to say that we also go to the rural, the township, as well as the urban areas. Chairperson, you asked a question in relation to what is it that we're doing to make sure that the schools have the platform for them to be able to have teaching in the absence of the classrooms. Chair, you remember the last presentation, we also talked about the project that we're intending to do, the school project. We also had the Royal House project, as well as the township business project. These are the projects that we're intending to do, but we're not doing that alone. We're doing that collectively in collaboration of other stakeholders. We have reached out to the Department of Small Business. We're also engaging the Department of DCDT to make sure that they assist us. And also, of course, you can't do that alone without having the Department of Education. These are the people that we are intending to also collaborate with. Chair, you will remember that we have the issue of our financial constraints, which which limit us, in fact, in terms of some of the things that we're intending to do. So we have reached out to some of the organizations to ask for funding. Specifically, we went over to the telcos. We have returned to the telcos, sending proposal. We also went to the other NGOs. We also reached out to the Department of Small Business. CITFA is one of them that we also reached out to with the intention to say that they might be able to come and assist us in that. Chair, we also sent a proposal to the Mining Council and different foundations in order to make sure that we get assistance to make sure that we register the business that we're intending to do, school project, as well as the Royal House and township business. Chair, Tanisha also asked the question in relation to the schools, how many do we have and how many have the presence. Chair, collectively we have roughly around 25,000 schools. At this stage, we have given 20,000 schools the domain names, but we are still in the process of making sure that they also get the digital platform for them to be able to do the businesses within the classrooms. Chair, I think that concludes the questions that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO. CEO, let me indicate, CEO, we need to have, we need to take the issue surrounding schools a lot more seriously. We can't have a scenario where you say to us you've connected 20,000 schools, and it's just a number. We need to take the matter very seriously in that we need to ensure schools have digital connectivity. And DG, I'm going to invite you to respond to this, because one of the focus areas that we've been talking about as a committee is about creating digital connectivity, digital infrastructure, cost to communicate, etc. But given the fact that we've invested billions and billions and we do have an infrastructure, might not be 100%. The critical thing now is to connect people to avail themselves of the opportunities in this infrastructure. And that necessarily means bringing in informal businesses, small businesses, SMMEs. It necessarily means ensuring that our schools have digital presence, they have websites, they are assisted. And that necessarily means us aggressively promoting this connectivity of all these stakeholders into this digital ecosystem. I think that for me and for this committee, that is critical, because we talk about creating a digital economy, but unless these businesses are not assisted to get on, and these schools are not assisted to get on to create their websites, we're not going to move the bar. And maybe, DG, as I invite you to respond to this, because I hear the efforts being made to raise funds, but I do believe that we need to aggressively drive this, especially in light of the G20. I'm sure there will be funding that will be forthcoming. It can't be that we just have 1.3 million people who have domain names, and there might be at least 3 million potentially. And these are people who probably don't know about the benefit of it. Maybe GCIS. I mean, you have almost 1 million people on your WhatsApp channel. I've never seen a message going out about the importance of having a .co.za website presence, the benefits of it, and then the costs of it. I mean, how much does it cost? To some people, it might appear like it costs thousands and thousands of rands. I'm not too sure. But I think these are critical issues that we get involved in trying to build all these towers, and we got towers and there is this connectivity, but we need to bring the people to start trading and using this space. So I'm finding that this matter of getting people connected to the digital system, or finding subsidies to assist them, to bring them into the system, must be massified and must be driven. And what is these regulations that Chairperson has reflected to DG? As I invite you to respond, no regulations. What then is the department doing to close this gap, and how then can we assist you as a portfolio committee around these matters here? And maybe just another question, you don't have to respond to this question, CEO. Are you carrying out exit interviews? I mean, 70,000 deletions. You mentioned maybe the affordability. I mean, what is the affordability? Is it 500 rands for a year to keep a website? What is it cost? What if that business has a good, that person who registered has a good business, but for 500 rands, he or she is unable to maintain that website? Can't we then find a subsidy to keep them? Is an exit interview being done? You also indicated they may have had a business idea, but that idea did not materialize. But probably that we can pass. But when it comes to issues of affordability, especially of SMMEs, I do believe that as government and as a department, we should take it out to the marketplace and find sponsors and funders for that. Gigi, can I invite you to respond to some of our reflections, please?
Thank you, Chair. And before I do, may I invite DDG Sono just to come in on your last point, then I'll come in afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. DDG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, in terms of your questions and the concerns that have been raised, as the department, I think through SA Connect, we are in a process of connecting schools. And on top of that, there's a program that we call GIGA, which is led by the ITU and UNESCO. It's a worldwide program that has been launched. And as a republic, we also signed, and we are part of it, wherein we go into to ensure that every school in the republic has to have a website, meaning that each and every school will be having an IP address and a domain name allocated to it. So we had that done the POC, launched it in the Eastern Cape in August. The intention also with this particular GIGA, it will also allow us to monitor schools, be able to can see if schools are online through the SA Connect program. So indeed, we are fully in support and in agreement that each and every school must be connected and have an IP address and of course a website. I am confident through the support of UNESCO and ITU that we will by 2030 have rolled out all the schools as per the objectives of a GIGA chipset. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the DDG. Perhaps to then lean in on this, Chair, I think maybe we are resource constrained, and I think that's why the colleagues from ZADNA we're alluding to. We've tried to look at maybe how we can use a portion of the Universal Service Fund for this in this regard. And it's DDG now alluded, we've also partnered with quite a number of other stakeholders in order for us to expand the mobilization and partnership in this regard. Chair, I think the most important thing is what the honorable members have touched on. Part of then making sure that we build a digital society in South Africa and also the digital sovereignty. And I think you'll find more expression of this in our next APP, is that through ZADNA, we've said we've got to make sure that we bring everybody online. So the individuals in communities now, they will have to come in online. Schools, school kids, as well as teachers. We've got to also assist the department, working with the Department of Basic Education, drive the issue of then these online engagement and online activities. SMMEs and small business, and that is what the acting CEO was talking about, that we are now working with the Department of Small Business to then say every single SMME, as well as a trader, even informal traders, we've got to make sure that we give you at the very basic an email address, but ideally others would even want, for example, their own IP addressing and also assist them in as far as getting their businesses online as well as part of then driving the e-commerce. And there's still great opportunities in terms of South Africa's e-commerce growth in the next couple of years. And as I said, that also relates to businesses and government. As we roll out the SA Connect project, honorable members, our focus is that part of the meaningful connectivity means that we've got to make sure that we also ensure that the citizens are actively participating online safely. So part of our awareness programs also talks to the issues of the cybersecurity for both children and also other vulnerable groups as well. As we drive the digital transformation roadmap in the country, you would also then see that there's going to be even bigger uptake and acceleration with then people utilizing the digital identity to access a number of variety of services, but also the digital payments as well. And we've got to make sure that we are able to equip our citizens with the right information so that they are not going to be vulnerable online, as we know that there are a lot of other people wanting to exploit them as well. So, honorable members, I think, as I said, in our next round in terms of the APP, we will then have more accelerated targets and numbers in as far as I said, connecting the schools, connecting citizens, ensuring that we drive therefore this issue of the digital transformation roadmap, as well as making sure that we are building South Africa's digital sovereignty as well. My last point, Chair, I think the Chair touched on it as well as the CE as well. The reason why we are trying to mobilize then the more uptake in terms of the domain names in South Africa, and I want again to use this platform to then say we want to have the drive to both call .co.za or .za as well as the .africa, because we want to keep our traffic local. The more the traffic is local, the more we stimulate, therefore, the economic spin-off, and the more obviously that resides within, and it's not leading our shows. So we're very intentional to then ask those organizations under the African umbrella who are still either using the .int or .net or .com, etc., to really migrate to .africa. And we have done that successfully for the AU, for the ATU, for the African Continental Free Trade, and we want to basically accelerate it to all the other organs as well as other regions as well. And even for society at large, part of them contributing to our social cohesion as well as preserving our historical ties and information. We also then advocate to then say the citizens as well as families, groups as well should consider also taking up domain names. And they're quite affordable still for now, and we really want to encourage that. And therefore you can keep the culture, the history of your own families, your own ethnic groups, clans, etc., online for generations to come, Chair. So as you can see, that ours is also contributing to the aspects of our social cohesion, our rich, vibrant culture as a country, but then equally ensuring that there are also these economic spin-offs as well as then the empowerment aspects and then transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG, for your responses. Colleagues, as we move off this item, let's just park it off on the basis of what I think is, and maybe content advisors, we need to ensure that the namespace gains greater momentum, because I think it is a critical national resource, ZADNA, and a critical point for growth of businesses, etc. So I think in the next term, when we engage each other, today we want to engage largely surrounding security, surrounding protection of names. But I think as we engage further, the theme would be how then do we use the namespace as a tool for driving economic inclusion. And that should be the modus operandi, because that will be talking to the apex priority number one. So let me thank you all for your inputs, for your presentations, and maybe DG, the USAF fund, I'm not too sure whether it can be used to fund these levies that are needed for the web registration of names. I'm sure that is more for the connectivity in rural spaces, and I don't know if we have a fund available where these businesses that want to get connected, and maybe I missed you as you were responding, ideally it would be nice to have a fund where small businesses that want to get digital names and they want to renew their annual fees, etc., they be assisted to enter the digital space through the registration of domain names. Let's pause it and park it off at that point in time, colleagues, and let's appreciate and thank the team from ZADNA for your presentation. We now move on to the next item, and that is the presentation by the department on the filling of critical vacancies and the governance issues of the department as well as its entities. DG, let me hand to you then to lead that to lead us into that presentation. DG, you want to indicate to us who's leading us into that presentation by the department, or how we're going to be managing that? Will be the department be presenting for itself and all the entities? I'm particularly interested in that there. And hand over to you, DG, to lead us.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, we will provide an overview, and I'm going to invite our DDG responsible for administration to lead us, Ms. Morasi Moteng. And then, Chair, perhaps then if the entities on the platform would like to add, they may so afterwards. Thank you.
Good morning, the ministers on the platform, executives. DG, the presentation that I have does not contain information from the entities. However, the one that DG Shalembe will be presenting contains the information from the entities. So this is the progress on the filling of posts only for the department. So I will be providing the context in terms of the organizational structure so that we understand where those vacancies are, as well as the overview of the functional areas and the allocation of posts within those, as well as financial implications. Then the reasons for the delays in terms of filling of the posts, as well as the actual progress and the workforce profile that we need also to consider as we fill the post. In the next slide. So in terms of the background, as we are aware that the DCDT was formed after the merger of two departments, the Department of Communication and the Department of Communication and Postal Services. Since after the merger, there was a startup structure that was put in place to operationalize the department in 2019. That structure was supposed to be valid for 12 months. However, due to other challenges, the department could not have the new structure in 2020. However, the department started with the restructuring process that was finalized last year. And the aim was also to align the new structure with the emerging strategic priorities, as well as the evolving nature of work in the department, particularly looking at the technological shifts in the workplace and other new strategies that emerged. So that review of the structure also considered those, but also there were challenges in terms of the operational efficiencies that were brought about that startup structure that needed to be resolved. During that process, there were, because of the high vacancies, also there were a lot of acting arrangements in the department that also contributed in terms of those inefficiencies that needed to be addressed. But also, next slide, to indicate that in 2023, 2024, the department filled about 30 posts. The problem is that most of them were filled through internal promotions, like most people in the department were promoted during that process. So that did not help in terms of reducing the vacancy rate, because as you promote internal people, where they were sitting, they left the vacancies, and our vacancies did not improve at that time. But also in terms of the new structure, the department adopted a structural approach where each branch was intended to take end-to-end accountability in terms of all aspects of the.
Oh, okay. So, BBC, what's today? Let me unmute. Let's mute. I got unmuted.
The DM, could you kindly mute? So I'm raising this because in the startup structure and the old structures, we had a centralized approach in terms of policy and entity oversight. In the new structure, those two functions were decentralized, so that each and every chief directorate that is responsible for a particular function take responsibility in terms of the end-to-end functional capability in that regard, responsible for the policy aspect of that function, responsible for the implementation of programs for that function, responsible for the oversight of the entities that are linked to that function. So this is a major shift in terms of the new structure that has been put in place. If we go to the next slide. This is to provide the members with an overview of the branches and the key functional areas. These key functional areas, they present on the right, they present the chief directorates under each and every branch. In branch 1, digital communication access and services, there are 33 positions. This is the core branch, or in terms of the core functions of the department, and there are entities that are also linked to the delivery of those functions. In digital access and services, there are, for example, 11 positions, but also in terms of the entities, there's ICASA linked to that function as well. Post-that financial inclusion and digital commerce with 13 positions. We have the Postbank and SAPO linked to that as well. Digital enterprise development, regulatory compliance, we have USASA and USAP as entities linked to that. Then the second branch, the digital infrastructure and technologies, is also a core function of the department with 36 positions. The chief directorates there are responsible for the functions linked to rapid deployment operations and coordination with 6 positions. Then the next chief directorate in that branch is digital infrastructure, broadcasting technologies. They have 5 positions. Radio communication services, 8 positions. Cyber security and internet governance, 10 positions, where ZADNA is sitting. The broadband services, 7 positions, where Centec and BBI is also sitting in terms of entity oversight. The third branch is also the core function of the department, responsible for digital society and economy. They have in total 30 positions. And in terms of the chief directorates they have there, they are responsible for the first one, the digital government, with 7 positions, emerging technologies and digital innovation, data management with 4 positions, digital economy, scenario development with 6 positions, and digital empowerment and capacity building. And NEMISA and CETA are the entities that are linked to those functions also in terms of the oversight responsibilities as well. In the next slide, we have media and content. Is also the branch is also the core function of the department with the 22 positions. There we have chief directorates responsible for audiovisual and digital media industry support with 9 positions. Then the public media services, 7 positions. That's where the oversight of SABC is exercised. And the content classification and online safety with 6 positions. That's where the FPB is also the oversight of FPB is exercised. Then we have a partnership, resources and stakeholder management branch, which is also the enabling functions in the department with 39 positions. The first chief directorate is responsible for the state-owned enterprise and corporate governance, where they are looking at all these entities in terms of corporate governance aspects. They have 8 positions. Then the partnership and stakeholder management, it has 22 positions, and ICT sector transformation programs, it has 9 positions. Then the last branch is the administration branch with 186 positions. And the chief directorates or the functional capabilities that we find there is ministry, that's the Office of the Minister and the Office of the Deputy Minister, then the Office of the Director General, which is the executive support. Then there's also the unit risk as well as the Chief Directorate internal audit. All of those, they have 57 positions. Then there's Human Capital Management and Development Chief Directorate with 23 positions. Then there's also Digital Solution Technology and Services, which the IT, internal IT Chief Directorate with 7 positions. Then Chief Directorate Communications and Marketing with 16 positions. Then we also have the Chief Directorate Finance that also houses the internal control, SCM, facilities management and security, logistics and asset. All of those directorate and sub-directorate within finance, they have 56 positions. Then we have planning, monitoring and evaluation, chief directorate with 6 positions. If we go to the next slide, in the next slide, it provides you with the post allocation in terms of SMS and non-SMS based on what I had presented in the few slides. So that first branch, digital communication access and services, we have 20 positions that are SMS and non-SMS 21. In the digital infrastructure and technologies branch, second branch, we have 18 SMS positions and 18 are non-SMS. In the digital society and economy, we have 14 SMS, non-SMS is 16. Media and content, we have 11 SMS, non-SMS 11. Partnership, resource and stakeholder management, we have 12 SMS and 27 non-SMS. Lastly, in the administration branch, which is corporate support, we have 35 SMS as well as 151 non-SMS. So in terms of the summary at the bottom there, the structure that was approved by the minister last year has 346 positions. And the total SMS positions are 102, the total non-SMS 244. The last bullet just indicate that out of all those SMS, 55 are in the core branch and 47 are in corporate support. The next slide. In the next slide, we are providing the summary of financial implications. I have two tables there. The first table indicates in the beginning of financial year, based on the structure that has been approved by the minister last year, that structure, when we started the financial year in April, contained 346 positions. The number of employee placed, the warm bodies that we have at the time was 266, vacancies 80. And the total cost of the structure was 329.6 million. And the allocation was 331.8 million. So at that time, after the approval of the structure beginning of financial year, we had a surplus of 2.2 million. However, after the cost of living adjustments that happened in April, August, October, for SMS and non-SMS, because we did not have additional allocations, the structure remains 246 in terms of the posts that are approved in the structure. At the time, 31st October, we have 256 because since April, there were resignations, 257. Then the vacancies end of October were 87, which is 25.14%. That 15 indicated there is the mistake typo. So it's not 15, it's 25%. Now, in terms after those cost of living adjustments, the total structure in terms of the costing is 247.1 million. However, the allocation remains 3.1, which means that if the whole structure is filled, we are going to have the deficit of 15.3 million. It indicates that you have a deficit of 15.3 million. Or if all the posts are filled, it means that we will be overspending. So it's something that now the department head is managing. In October, November, there was a task team that was formed comprising of the DDGs to relook into reprioritizing the existing vacancies before they are advertised, so that they were able to highlight which are the most priority posts based on the criteria that was provided that should now be advertised, and the medium priority that should be advertised on a case-to-case basis, and the remaining low priority posts that will be the posts that will be held in abeyance to make sure that we do not exceed the target. So this is how the department is now managing to make sure that as we advertise and fill the posts, we do not exceed the allocated budgets. Next slide. We also acknowledge that there are delays in terms of filling of the posts since the structure was approved in 27 August 2024. The reasons are that after the approval in August, during September and October, the HR team had to conduct consultations again with the staff and management. And the reason at that time for those consultations after the approval of the structure was that the structure that was approved was not the ideal structure that management adopted, because 46 of the posts that they had requested, the Treasury could not fund them. And DPSA advised that because Treasury did not fund those posts, we must take them out of the structure. Hence, the structure that the minister approved did not contain those 46 posts, which means that we had to go back to the managers to say, how are we now implementing the structure with those capacity gaps, and how do we rearrange and align in terms of implementation requirements? So that took time as well in terms of getting the buy-in into that approved structure. And the other thing was that we needed to conduct the employee migration processes, to have the policy, the committee in place, the strategy in place, the plan in place, as well as the implementation thereof. That was to migrate the staff from the old structure to the new structure. And as we were doing that, there were also appeals from the employees, and that took time as well. 53 appeals were received where employees raised their dissatisfaction and concern about where they were placed. And those appeals were a combination of factors such as employees that did not want to work with certain managers or certain employees, those who had personal issues with the managers they were placed with, others they used to perform one function, now their job has been enhanced, they are performing two or more functions, and others they indicated that because the posts they requested were not provided, they have capacity issues, so they are not willing to assume to accept the responsibility. And a lot of those were at the SMS level, which made it difficult for the department to move. And the reason for that is that if you do not finalize your placement, it's difficult for you to confirm your vacancy list in case you still have to move people around. And after we also confirmed the vacancies, at that time we needed to go to the MPSA, Minister for Public Service Administration, and request concurrence as well, as concurrence was provided for 73 positions. So after most of the appeals were dealt with, the department was then able to advertise the post in June, July, and 28 positions were advertised. And the 32, in total, the 32 positions were advertised, because some of them were advertised, like the DDG, 3 DDGs positions, as well as others were advertised before June and July. Can we move to the next slide? And even after those processes that I've highlighted, we are still experiencing slow progress because in the department, the recruitment unit was also affected by the vacancies, where there was only an assistant director, one position, to deal with the 28 vacancies in terms of facilitating the filling. And we received 1,066 applications linked to those 28 posts that were advertised. So in the department as well, we do not have organizational design and job evaluation skills. It is a mandatory requirement that all the posts, before they are advertised, we should confirm them through job grading. So in terms of designing the job descriptions for the posts and the organizational structure, and to grade them, we had to depend on the availability of panel members from other departments for us to be able to grade the jobs before we advertise. So that took time as well. And we could not train our own officials because NSG, the National School of Government, is the only institution providing job evaluation for government, and it's been 2 years they are not providing the training. But then it was agreed by EXCO and Audit Committee that we need to find a way. So we appointed a recruitment specialist in August to assist us. We also appointed a service provider to assist with the capturing and pre-screening of 1,066 applications received from the 28 positions. We are now moving in terms of starting to conduct shortlisting and interviews. And also, we are utilizing a firm or that was already appointed in terms of the vetting of employees to assist with the fast tracking of personal suitability checks, and the turnaround time there is 48 hours per candidate, depending on their availability, because we also struggle for the candidates to go and present themselves in terms of, for example, fingerprints and so forth. It takes time as well from their side. The SAQA verification turnaround time is 48 hours as long as we receive the relevant qualifications from the candidates. The competency assessment for SMS, the service providers, that are appointed, we are using them, and their turnaround time is less than a week. And the practical exercise that is compulsory for lower level non-SMS positions, we also conduct it on the day of the interview so that we fast track the filling of posts. However, this is from HR side. In terms of the practical shortlisting and interview, we depend on the availability of the managers and the panel members. So their collaboration and responsiveness becomes key so that they stick to the schedule. They don't reschedule the meetings, because that also put our plan in disarray as well. If we go to the next slide. So the next slide is providing the progress now. At the executive level, we have 6 DDG positions. 3 are filled and 3 are vacant. The vacant ones were advertised and the shortlisting were finalized by the panel last week. So processes are in place to fill the 3 deputy directors general positions. Then in terms of the first branch, the digital communication access and services, there are 9 SMS positions that are filled, 2 vacant. And those that are vacant, we have conducted job evaluation, job grading. We are waiting for the minister to approve the outcomes of the job grading, as it is a prerequisite before we advertise. As soon as we receive the feedback, we are ready with the adverts to go out. Non-SMS in that branch, 15 filled. There are 6 vacancies there. The shortlisting for one is already scheduled in December. For the other 3 positions, we are also awaiting the approval of the moderation outcome. But this one, the delay is not from the approval side, but is from HR in terms of facilitating the submissions for the approval. Then the 2 post advertising is being halted there because of this reprioritization as well as amendments of the structure to repurpose certain positions as a result of lack of sufficient funding. Can we go to the next slide? The next branch, digital infrastructure and technologies. At the SMS level, there are 13 positions filled, 4 are vacant. These 4 were also graded, and we are waiting for the feedback from the minister in terms of approval of the grading outcomes. As soon as we receive them, we are advertising as the adverts are ready. Non-SMS, 5 are vacant out of the 13 filled. And the shortlisting, this is the schedules that we have received from the supervisors, but the DG yesterday at Minko re-emphasized to them that they must move back the schedules that were confirmed for January, February, so that all the shortlisting should happen in December. So that everyone, before we go on leave, at least we would have conducted shortlisting. So the team is currently working with the supervisors to see how we can bring back this January, February schedules back to December. The 3 positions there, also the job grading was conducted and the submission being prepared for approval, and 1 has been identified as a high priority post to be advertised in January. So the last one there is the one that came from the reprioritization outcome after the DDGs had met. The next one. Digital society and economy, there are 11 posts filled at the SMS level, 2 are vacant. So those ones as well, from HR, we are awaiting the approval of the grading outcomes, and we are ready to advertise. Non-SMS, there are 15, only 2 are vacant, and the job grading has been conducted and being facilitated for approval. The next one. Media and content at the SMS, 5 have been filled, and 5 needs to be advertised. Those were graded as well. We are awaiting the approval of the grading outcome so that we can proceed. In terms of non-SMS, 8 filled, 3 vacant, and we have the dates being set, but others as well awaiting the recommendations in terms of the amendment of the structure, in terms of repurposing some of the posts as I've indicated. But there were days that the managers had indicated for next year that the DG instructed them to move them for shortlisting for December. So the last bullet there will also change from next year to December. Next slide. Partnership, there are no vacancies at the SMS level in this branch, and non-SMS, there are 8 vacancies. Shortlisting have been scheduled, and the ones that were indicated for the next financial, for January, February, also these are being rescheduled so that shortlisting can take place in December. Can we move? Administration, 30 SMS filled, 8 vacant. Some of them we are also awaiting the feedback from the minister in terms of the grading outcomes. And 2 positions in IT, the 2 directors, we conducted interviews in October, and the approval processes are underway after the background checks and everything have been conducted. So this one, the process has been finalized except to facilitate the approval for the 2 IT directors. Then the non-SMS, they are in admin branch, there are 39. And shortlisting, we have a number of shortlisting taking place, but I just want to emphasize that I indicated that we have capacity issues in HR, hence is also contributing to the filling of the post. So we have already conducted interviews for 2 deputy directors in the recruitment space, and we are fast-tracking that to make sure that by the end of this year, we had approval for the 2 people to assume duty in January, so that we can beef up capacity in HR to push other recruitment processes as well. You can go to the next slide. The last part talks to the workforce profile of the department. I'm not going to go through this slide, but just to indicate that where we have gaps is in terms of race, the colors in the department. We only have 2. We need 12. We need to increase that to 24 to meet our targets. But in terms of other races, we are doing well. But the next slide, that's where I need to emphasize that the next slide, please, the youth, persons with disability, and women at SMS level, that's where we need to be intentional again. In terms of race is the colored, but in terms of 50% of women at SMS level, we are earmarking that in filling the 3 vacancies at executive level, the department should be intentional in terms of appointing those 3 to be females so that we can meet the target in that regard. But in terms of the youth and meeting the 30% in terms of appointment of youth, we intentional in that regard as well. Today, from all the vacancies that we have, 80 of them should be people below 35. We'll see how it's going to happen, because it's a challenge in terms of the experience that is required in certain positions, and you find that the youth that are coming up, they don't have that required position. But as a department, we are intentional in terms of making sure that as we shortlist an interview, we look into those aspects. And also in terms of persons with disability, to make sure that currently we have 6, we still need to add 5 more. So that we are aligned to the target. So what we are doing is that for each and every shortlisting and interview, we take the profile of that chief directorates, because when we only work at the global level for the department, you find that other managers do not commit or are not intentional around that. So we force them to look into the chief directorate profiles to make sure that we identify gaps per chief directorate that will contribute to the overall targets of the department. And I think that's my last slide. Okay, yeah, this one is just an additional information, just giving the profile per branch in terms of the status of youth, persons with disability, and women in each and every branch that we also take cognizance of as we fill the positions. I will pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, may I invite DDG Shalembe to give them the overview with regards to the state-owned entities under the portfolio.
Thanks, DG. Yes, please. DDG Shalembe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you and the honorable members on the platform. Greetings to the deputy ministers as well, and greetings to the chairpersons, executive members, as well as the colleagues from the departments and entities. Chairperson, I'm going to run through the presentation, which covers the issues relating to governance, as well as the filling of vacancies in the entities. Thank you, Zaitun. So if you can go to the next slide, we start off with broadband in Franco. So we will be looking at the board level, executive level, as well as then the governance issues per entity. At BBI, there are 6 directors or non-executive directors appointed by government, and there are also 2 which are appointed by the Industrial Development Corporation, which holds 26% shareholding at BBI. So the board is fully constituted. The executives, which were focusing at the executive directors, the CEO and the CFO, they are both filled on a 5-year fixed term contracts, and they were appointed recently by the board in consultation with the minister. There are no reported governance or pending governance issues at BBI at this stage. Next slide. The next entity, if we can move on to the next slide, Zaitun. The next entity is Centec. At Centec, there are 8 board non-executive directors which were appointed in July for a 3-year term with an interim chairperson. Cabinet recommended that the minister appoints 2 additional female members of the Centec board, which the minister is in the process of taking to cabinet then for approval. A chairperson will also be appointed amongst the current non-executive directors as a result of the resignation of the chairperson, Ms. Sizani Mudau. From an executive's point of view, the 2 executive directors, the CEO and CFO, are filled, and the COO is in an acting incumbent, and the position is currently being filled. From a governance point of view, we thought we will highlight a matter which the committee is already aware of, which is the legal dispute between Centec and SABC regarding the debt settlement, which remains unresolved between the two entities. Next slide, please. I think the next slide is the SABC, correct? Thank you very much. Is the SABC, again, there the board is fully constituted, and again, the committee will know because the committee plays a role here in appointing the board of the SABC. They were appointed on 18 April 2023 on a five-year term of office. The executives, which are the executive directors' positions, which are the CEO and the COO, are filled on a 5-year term, fixed term contracts, while the CFO is still being recruited and is currently filled in an acting capacity. Again, here we are highlighting the dispute between SABC and Centec regarding a debt settlement as a matter that remains unresolved. Next slide. On the next slide then is the Post Bank. Let's go back one slide. The Post Bank, there are 7 board and non-executive directors which were appointed on a 5-year term with effect from 3 March 2025. There is still, however, 2 vacancies in the board of Post Bank because the law provides that a maximum of 9 non-executive directors may be appointed. So the appointment of the 2 additional members is something that the department is seized with to assist the minister to fill in the vacancies. Also, the appointment of the board of the Post Bank Controlling Company is underway following the public and advertisements calling for nominations. And the minister has appointed a nomination committee to recommend the suitable candidates as required by law again. The executive directors, the CEO and CFO, the CEO position is filled on a 5-year contract, and the CFO has recently resigned and is serving a notice until 27 January 2026. So that post is now again open for recruitment. Next slide, please. Again, for the Post Bank, we talk about the need to incorporate the Post Bank Controlling Company following the process of appointing its board members. The prerequisite is the appointment of the board members, and that process has commenced. We have advertised, developed a master list, and the nominations committee has been appointed by the minister. The committee is seized with the task of the selection and recommendation process. Next slide, please. On the South African Post Office, as we know, the South African Post Office is under business rescue, but since the business rescue practitioners are on their way out, the process of appointing a new board is also underway following the advertisement calling for nominations. The minister has appointed a nominations committee which will select and recommend the suitable candidates to the minister. This committee has already met last week to shortlist the potential candidates and will then provide recommendations to the minister. Subsequent to that, there will be a process of interviewing, which is scheduled to take place on the 9th and the 10th of December 2025. Both the CEO and CFO positions are filled on an acting capacity, as well as the COO position, which is vacant. In terms of the memorandum of incorporation, when the public entity, in this case the South African Post Office, when they intend to fill in the positions, they need to submit to the minister or the shareholder the draft contracts of the executive directors that they will be advertising. And so the draft contracts for the CEO, CFO, and COO have been reviewed by the department's legal services, and feedback is due to be provided to SAPO in this regard. On governance, as I have said, the post office is under business rescue, and the business rescue practitioners have begun their exit steps. Next slide. With respect to SETA, an interim board was appointed with effect from 1st of March 2025, and the nominations committee was appointed, and it made its first recommendations to the minister. However, the minister has requested that the nomination committee to increase its pool of its recommended candidates so as to find the best suitable fit of candidates for the SETA board. So the committee then met on the 3rd of November to consider other candidates, and the department is awaiting their direction for concluding the process. Again, from the executive's point of view, the MD position is filled in an acting capacity. However, the process to appoint the new MD has been finalized and submitted for the cabinet's concurrence. With respect to the CFO, his contract is ending at the end of November 2025, and the recruitment process is already underway for a new CFO. On the governance side, the committee will know that the minister requested the Public Service Commission to investigate SETA due to service delivery, operational and governance challenges, and an implementation agreement has been reached in terms of which the Public Service Commission has appointed a service provider to conduct the investigation under its supervision. The work commenced recently in November 2025. The SETA MOI also, from a governance point of view, needs to be amended and updated, particularly in the main, really, to give effect to revisions to the provision relating to the appointment of an executive caretaker. Next slide, please. With respect to NEMISA, the board was appointed on 25 October 2024 on a 3-year term, but there have since been 2 resignations in July and September, which the department is seized with. At the executive level, both the CEO and CFO positions are filled, but the CEO's contract came to an end on 30 September 2025, and it has been appointed or reappointed for 6 months pending the completion of an investigation that is currently underway. On governance side, the ministry and the department received the protected disclosure in October 2025 on governance breaches and allegations of misconduct raised against the CEO, and the minister has requested the board to investigate the allegations within 3 months and submit a report within 14 days of finalizing that report. Next slide. ZADNA, I think ZADNA has already presented their case, except to add here that indeed there are 9 non-executive directors which were appointed on 1 November 2024 for a 4-year term of office. With respect to the executive, the CEO position is filled. However, the incumbent was placed on a precautionary suspension and an acting CEO has been appointed. With respect to governance issues, there was a forensic investigation commissioned regarding the remuneration of the ZADNA board after receiving a complaint that the chairperson was overpaid. The minister has received the final report on the forensic investigation, and the recommendations of the report are being analyzed and are yet to be implemented. Meanwhile, though, the report was shared with the board to allow the board an opportunity to respond to the findings findings before implementation and thereof. Next slide. So the minister has since received the responses from the board, and the department is assessing the responses to provide recommendations to the minister regarding the way of implementing the forensic investigation recommendations. There has also been a whistleblower report alleging some transgressions by the CEO, and the board has commissioned an investigation into the allegations so presented against the CEO and suspended him. An update was provided to the minister to initiate a disciplinary process. However, following that, the minister has received a letter from the board on its intention to conclude a separation agreement with the CEO. We are currently assessing the documents received to provide a recommendation to the minister on this matter. Next slide, please. With respect to USASA, the minister has appointed an interim board following a sudden resignation of the board of USASA. The process of appointing the new board is underway, having advertised and called for nominations for board members for USASA. On the executive front, the CEO position is filled in an acting capacity, whilst the CFO position was filled from 3 February 2025. Again, on governance side, we are reporting that the report on the forensic investigation of irregularities involving a member of the USASA board and the CEO appointment process, as well as the potential breaches of board remuneration policy, was submitted to the minister. And the implicated board member has been granted an opportunity to respond to the report, which he has duly done. Now, the department is in the process of analyzing the above and preparing a submission to the minister for implementing the report recommendations. Next slide, please. With respect to USASA, we are still awaiting the holding of the annual general meeting of USAF in particular, because their audited annual financial statements were delayed. However, they have since received a signed off audited annual financial statements, and the Auditor General's report thereon have been received. And USASA is yet to finalize the annual report itself, and it is envisaged that it will be finalized in a publishable version before end of November, so before the end of this week. Meanwhile, the annual general meeting then will be scheduled, after which the report of USAF will be tabled to Parliament. Next slide. Then the Film and Publication Board, the council is fully constituted with non-councillors, including the chairperson, appointed on the 22nd of April 2021 for a 5-year term. And there's an appeals tribunal also, which is fully constituted, and for a 5-year term from 12 October 2022. So given that the council's term of the FPB will expire on 21 April 2026, the process of reconstituting of the council has begun, with the advertisements calling for nominations placed in the media, and which closed at the end of September 2025. From the executive's side, the CEO position is filled in an acting capacity. However, the process for the appointment of a CEO has been finalized, and the minister has submitted to cabinet for concurrence. The CFO position is filled at the Films and Publication Board. Next slide. Again, here there was a forensic investigation undertaken on the appointment of the CEO, governance of the council, as well as the council's oversight role. And the report has been submitted to the minister with the council's responses thereon also received. We are in the process of finalizing or analyzing the above and preparing a submission to the minister for the implementation of the report recommendations. Next slide. At ICASA, the council is fully constituted with 9 councillors, including the chairperson. However, the term of 4 councillors will expire in October and November and next year, 2 each respectively, 2026. So we are in the process now of preparing correspondence from the minister to the National Assembly, alerting of this impending expiry of the 4 councillors' term, so that the process of recruiting the new councillors can begin. In terms of the executives, the CEO and the CFO positions are filled. We are in the process of finalizing the performance agreements of the councillors, as was presented recently to the committee. Following the briefing to the portfolio committee, we've held a meeting on 31 October 2025 to finalize the performance agreements. Again, on the 14th of November, we had one-on-one meetings to provide feedback on draft performance agreements to the chairperson as well as the councillors. Next slide. On 17 November, again, a feedback report was submitted to ICASA to finalize the performance agreements and submit by end of November 2025. With respect to the evaluation panel and the amendment to the performance management system of ICASA, we are in a process to headhunt suitable candidates with technical expertise for the evaluation panel of ICASA, as recommended by the committee that we brought in the skills and expertise to include technical expertise in the recommended evaluation panel. Also, consultations are underway on the amendment of the performance management system, which will be done with the ICASA during this week, particularly the week ending 28 November 2025. Next slide, please. So under general, we have requested boards of our entities to undertake board evaluations, and the requests have been sent to BBI, Centec, SABC, Postbank, NEMISA, FPB, and ZADNA. And those were sent in the week beginning 10 November 2025. Next slide. I think that will be okay. Then I go to other critical vacancies in some of the entities in the portfolio. For instance, Centec has 49 vacancies, of which 4 are being prioritized due to the financial constraints of the entity. Those are the Chief Operations Officer, the Head Supply Chain Management, Head Financial Accounting, as well as the electrician for the East London office in the Eastern Cape. Next slide. And SABC, again, there are 3 critical vacancies and the recruitment process is underway. This is the Chief Financial Officer. I think I've already mentioned that one. And then the General Executives of Technology and News and Current Affairs are also in the process of recruitment. Next slide. At NEMISA, there are currently 45 funded and unfunded vacancies. 14 of the 45 vacancies have been deemed critical and form part of the funded positions, and they will be filled in due course. Next slide. ZADNA has already spoken to its vacancies as well, so I'm not going to dwell on this slide, Chairperson. I'll move on to the next slide. FPB has 101 funded positions, excluding the classifiers and the quality assurance independent contractor. And there are 11 vacancies which are funded, including the CEO position, whose recruitment is currently underway and basically has been finalized and is awaiting cabinet concurrence. There are outsourced positions, outsourced positions for payroll, lead developer, and company secretary at the FPB. And the company also has 3 employees on fixed-term contracts on funded positions. Next slide. At USASA, there are 6 vacancies that are in different stages of recruitment, including the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Manager Supply Chain, Senior Manager Broadcasting, Senior Manager Information Technology, Risk Manager, and Financial Accountant. Next slide. Broadband Infraco, there are also 5 vacancies, 2 at the executive level, 1 at middle management level, and 2 at the senior management level. And the positions are Chief Technical Officer, Company Secretary, Manager Risk, and 2 senior managers, key accounts. They have placed a temporary moratorium on the filling of the executives and middle management positions, and the process is underway to fill the senior manager positions that are currently vacant. Next slide. Next slide, Zaytun. Chairperson, thank you very much. That was the presentation on the governance and the filling of vacancies. I'm now just, with your permission, going to invite my colleague, the Chief Audit Executive, to just take the committee through the portfolio audit action plan relating to the entities in the portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG Shalembe. Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Chairpersons of Board, DG, and senior officials, both from the entities and the department. I'm addressing the topic of the portfolio audit, the audit outcome, and the matters to address the audit outcomes. It suffices for me to start from the point of saying the manner in which we are looking at the audit outcomes or the audit process. We see it as a critical component of the good governance. We are not handling it just as a tick box exercise in terms of compliance. It's important also to highlight that in terms of strategic alignment, it speaks to priority 3, build a capable, ethical and developmental state. And also when it comes to the department, to outcomes, we are talking about the high-performing, well-governed ICT public entities and a digitally capable, integrated and professional public service. Having said that, we're looking at the audit outcomes, just the flow of it in terms of there are 3 entities that progressed, looking at it from a financial year prior to the financial year, last financial year. Post bank moved from a qualified audit opinion to unqualified, CETA from a disclaimer to qualified audit opinion, BBI from a qualified audit opinion to unqualified. And then there are 6 entities that sustain a positive audit outcome. And then one of the entities, I'll say it sustained the negative audit outcome, which is SAPO, and then 2 entities, USAF and USASA regressed. And then the implementation of the Integrated Audit Action Plan to resolve the Auditor General findings. We are looking at a total number of Integrated Audit Action Plan, which is 589. Ones that are in progress, their deadlines is still open, is 186, not resolved, and the deadline is overdue. We are sitting at 158, and the resolved, we're sitting at 245, which constitute a 42 resolution rate, 42% resolution rate. Can we move to the next slide? And then from the side of addressing the findings from an internal audit perspective, the total of the portfolio integrated audit action plan are sitting at 1,221, and those that are in progress is 296 and not resolved, and the date has passed, is long overdue, is sitting at 292, and the resolve is sitting at 633, which constitute a 52% resolution rate. And like I said, the approach in terms of the integrated addressing the audit outcomes and the internal audit results, it's really focusing on pulling it beyond compliance. These are the interventions, measures that were implemented in pursuit of positive audit outcomes and an improved control environment. We are focusing on the design of the Integrated Audit Action Plan, which with a dedicated focus in addressing the root cause and establishing a systemic controls and processes, and also executive management directly monitoring the process. And the department has strengthened the oversight process. Then also the CAE's CFO forum, which drives the process of accountability at portfolio level and embedding the principle of progress through sharing. And that's where the CAEs and the CFO, they get an opportunity to sort of assist each other. Those who are progressing positively, they make a contribution in terms of how can we get the ones that are still left behind to come on board. And then oversight structures such as audit committee boards are required to ensure robust process of oversight, holding executive accountable in establishing a control environment as solid. To the next slide. Can we move to the next slide, please? There's a CEO forum, and then also, like I said, the department has strengthened the oversight process. It has established the Portfolio Integrated Audit Committee Forum, which seeks to strengthen the oversight at the portfolio level. And then oversight is also provided at executive authority level through the MIN-EXCO and the Chairpersons Forum. Impactful governance that enables delivery of mandates contributing to better life for citizens is emphasized in this forum discussions. And then one of the critical interventions that have been put in place, we are looking at the introduction of the Executive Authority Dashboard Quarterly Reporting, which is measuring 9 areas. There are 36 performance indicators, which signifies commitment to improve the portfolio performance within the governance space. And the portfolio is currently averaging at 63%. And each entity is required to develop measures to improve the performance. And those measures are monitored through the executive management structures that I've highlighted and the governance structures. In terms of the 9 areas that are being assessed through the Executive Authority Dashboard performance areas, we have the financial and organizational performance, enterprise risk management, internal audit, combined assurance, internal controls, governance and compliance, integrated audit action plan, which looks at both AXA and internal audit functions. Then we also make an assessment having performance indicators around the project governance and monitoring flagships program like your SA Connect. Move to the next slide. Okay, this is, I'm not going to dwell much on this, but this is the depiction of what I've already highlighted at an overall perspective per entity, as to say we are sitting at what percentage. Like I said, overall, addressing the Auditor General findings, we are sitting at 42%. I must do a qualifier to say when you look at the percentage, they're showing a bit of a low achievement in a number of entities. Remember, we are looking at this, they still develop the action plans and we are progressively monitoring the process. The percentages are low, especially from the fact that we are coming from the Auditor General process. Hence, like I said, we are developing the actions. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Also, this one is the depiction of the results as per the internal audit functions within the entities. It depicts, like I reported already, to say it is averaging at 52%. Let's move to the next slide. Then this also is the depiction of the executive authority dashboard reporting to say you have the 9 areas, and like I indicated, the number of indicators, especially from Q2. These are the percentages. These are the ones when you average them, you are looking at the 62%. I think it suffices to just highlight the performance measures. What are we measuring per area in terms of the financial, non-financial management reporting? We're looking at the AFS, the fair presentation. We're looking at the positive financial health under the financial, non-financial management reporting. And then under the positive financial health, we are looking at the net assets position, the going concern, and the 30-day payment. And then it includes whether the entities is having an audit opinion that is positive within the performance information, and also achieving the quarterly achievement. We are targeting to say they should be achieving, everyone within the space should be achieving 80%. When it comes to enterprise risk management as an area, we are looking at the establishment of the risk management in the entities and the department in terms of the basic documents, and then we're looking at the level of maturity of the risk within the department, and also execution of the implementation plan. When it comes to the internal audit area, we are looking at all the governance documents should be in place. Does the internal audit of the entity and the department complete the plans? And then also from coverage in terms of the risk, is the internal audit function covering the risk adequacy? And then also the adherence to the standards. From a combined assurance, it's about, does the entity have the basic documents governing the combined assurance, and then also the implementation of the combined assurance plan. Also, when it comes to the area of internal controls, basic documents are in place, and that's where we also look at the operational risks, and then we look at the assessment of the control environment, and then governance, including IT governance. We are looking at the approved governance framework and the fully functional management structures, and the fully, in terms of the meetings, in terms of executing their mandate as per the governance framework. And also the combined assurance is the same process. We're looking at the basic document frameworks on combined assurance and whether we are complying to all the legislation. And then the integrated audit action plan, we are looking at the resolution rate of the finding, and then also in terms of the whether management has developed adequate both the internal audit and the external audit in terms of development of adequate integrated audit action plan, and then we're also monitoring the implementation from that area. Then, like I said, the last area, which is the flagship programs and monitoring the governance of the flagship programs. And we are looking also within that environment, the approved funding documents like your business case, your terms of reference, and then also the effective functioning of the governance structure, providing oversight on the flagships of the program. And then we're also looking at the attainment of the targets in terms of specifically with that program. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, DG from DCDT and your team for the very comprehensive and informing presentation, which is well received. May I then now invite DM Morolong, who has been waiting with us from the morning. DM, if you're on the call, may I invite you then to lead the team from GCIS and from the MDDAA on their presentations, please.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Because of time, I have absolutely no intention of making remarks. I think we've already done that earlier on. Just to say that we are responding to a request by the Portfolio Committee to appraise the Portfolio Committee on the filling of vacant positions, consistent with Regulation 65 of the Public Service Regulations. The Executive Authority is enjoined to ensure that public service posts are advertised efficiently and effectively to reach the entire pool of potential applicants, including designated groups. Now, what we will do today is to elucidate on how GCIS and MDDA has gone out of its way to develop an action plan that will culminate in the filling of all vacant positions and the targets for how we intend to go about making sure that these unyielding directive by the Portfolio Committee is met. So I am going to request that the acting DG, if she's here in her absence, Mr. Sandile Nene, who is the acting DG, to take the committee into confidence about how this process of filling vacant position is ensuing in the department. Following that, the CEO of MDDA, led by the board chairperson, Professor Matebula, will also go to town about how MDDA has undertaken this process of filling vacant positions. Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, may I please invite Mr. Nene.
Thank you so much, Chair DM. Good morning, Chairperson, the two deputy ministers and members of the committee, as well as our colleagues. Chairperson, just quickly before I allow our colleague, the acting DDG for Branch 1, Mr. Terry van der Heijden, to take us through. But maybe it's important to then say, Chair, that when we reported to the very same committee about 3 weeks ago, we did indicate that there were a few issues that we wanted the committee to be an active advocacy on. One of those was our unfunded vacancies, and of course the issue that we raised regarding the COLA, that unfortunately we, instead of receiving a full amount from the National Treasury, which would have been in excess of 12 million, we only received 2.5 million. What that did, Chairperson, is that it then required that as GCIS we started to fund the COLA of our own operational budget. Ultimately, the net effect is that then it almost collapses your service delivery intention, because then you are taking the money from that. But in the other element, Chair, is that I thought just to deal with the frameworks. We do have the framework that governs the relationship between the ministry as well as our entities. So for Brand South Africa, we use what we call the shareholder compact, which was signed, and it also determines in terms of the expectations, which are both financial and non-financial and performance related. And then for Brand South Africa, we concluded the governance agreement, which also does the same. In Brand SA, for instance, because they are not here, but so that we know that we have a full complement of the board, because the board, the trust deed requires that we have between 9 to 11 board members or board of trustees that are appointed by the president. And of course, the CEO is there. But they have just concluded a process of appointing the CFO, who should be starting on the 1st of December or January. But in a nutshell, Chair, we are sitting with a Brand SA that has, in terms of its vacancies, it's about 17 vacancies, because they've got about, it's about 29 vacancies in terms of the percentage. They do have 17 positions, because in terms of the structure of Brand SA, they have 47 employees, of which 40 are in the structure, and then 7 or at least 9 are those that are appointed through fixed-term contract. And then in terms of the MDDH, we would have a full complement. I think the DM would deal with it. We will have a full complement because we are lacking one board position in terms of the Act, which requires that we should be able to have somebody representing the commercial print. There are movements between the department and the presidency to ensure that that is filled. With that, Chairperson, with your permission, may I allow Mr. Terry van der to just run through the process in terms of where we are. Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks.
Good day, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, DMs, DGs, executives, and colleagues on the platform. Greetings to you all. My name is Thierry van der. I'm the Acting DGG for Corporate Services. Chairperson, I am in office. I just request for my video to be turned off and to start sharing my screen, please. Thank you. I'm going to attempt to share my screen quickly. And let me know if it's visible, Chair. Is it visible, Chair?
Not yet. Not yet. I'll let you know when. You are the co-host now. It should start coming up.
There we go. Thank you. It should be visible now, Chair.
It's visible.
All right, let me see if I can get into screensaver mode. Thank you, Chair. So, Chairperson, the department, as we've shared in previous reports to the Portfolio Committee, we have an organizational structure which is approved by our executive authority and concurred by the Minister of Public Service and Administration in around September 2023. So the number of posts on our approved establishment is 500, with 436 being funded and 64 being unfunded. So out of the 436 funded posts, to date, we have 396 that are filled. And at the beginning of this current financial year, the department prioritized...
Sorry, Terry, you're not talking to a slide. What you're talking about is not on the screen. Is that supposed to be on the slide?
No, I'm getting to this slide now. That was just part of my introductory speaking notes. So... Okay. The department had prioritized 41 posts that needed to be filled in this current financial year. And this recruitment plan that comprised of these 41 posts was approved in June this year. And of these 41 posts, 16 of them were carried over from the previous financial year. And these 16 were advertised already. In line with Regulation 65, we do plan on ensuring that all 41 of these posts on the recruitment plan are filled by the end of the financial year, 31 March 2026. The first table talks to posts that have been already filled from this recruitment plan between April this year and to date, being the end of the Q2, the end of September. So these are the 14 posts that were already filled, with the last one taking up the appointment on the 1st of December, confirmed the acceptance of the offer. So hence we included that already on this list of posts that are filled. The next table talks to posts that will be filled in at the appointment stage, where the interviews have already been conducted. So there were 9 on this list. Apologies, there was a duplication on this table, but number 10 and number 1. But it still comes to a total of 41 posts. It does not change the number of posts. So these posts have already been interviewed for, and they are at the appointment stage, meaning that letters have been issued, appointment offers have been issued, and the HR is waiting for the candidates to respond to the offers that were made to them. And let me also point out, Chairperson, that what's highlighted in yellow are the posts that have been earmarked to be filled by candidates from the underrepresented groups, being white and colored. So the following slide talks to posts that are at interview stage. So here we're looking at various posts that are at interview stage, including the post of the Director General. And you can see there are some in the supply chain area, as well as the core business, which is the stakeholder and special projects, communication and institutional development as well, that supports our branch 3. If I may just proceed, the next table talks about positions that are at the shortlisting stage. So here we have 7 positions at the shortlisting stage, which are going to move as soon as the shortlisting is done into the next stage, which will be the interview stage. The last slide talks about a projection of our vacancy rate, the second last slide, that is. So yeah, Chairperson, we envisage having a vacancy rate of 3% once these posts have been filled, these 41 posts that are part of the recruitment plan. But the second table talks to a number 12 being posts that have become vacant during the course of this year, either due to people moving on into other jobs, resignations, or due to transfers, internal appointments as well within the department. Some of the posts that we appointed, the 14, 3 of them were internal appointments. So it still creates that vacancy for us, with it being an internal appointment. So these 12 posts that are included in our calculation for the vacancy rate. So if you look at this table, of the 500 approved posts, we have 436 that have been funded. I'm looking at the last row of the first table. And the full posts currently are 396. And then the different posts at the selection stages are 27. And what we project to fill at the end of the financial year is the 424. And the difference between that 424, which is from the recruitment plan, and the 436 that's funded, gives us the 12 in the bottom table. That is that gap that's been created through the attrition or exiting of employees who found other opportunities and have moved on. And then our last slide, Chairperson, talks to our governance situation at the GCIS. So if you look at the graphic, it's sourced from the vision from the Auditor General. The Auditor General's Vision 2030 talks to the ideal state of departments, where departments ought to be, and it looks at characteristics of the culture, the quality of the financial statements, the service delivery, the quality of the annual performance plan and the indicators, as well as the compliance and ethics and fraud and responsiveness. And it has different stages for departments, the way he classifies departments at the bottom. And this is according to AGSA, both in the year 2023-24 as well as 24-25. GCIS was sitting in that phase doing more than the basics. So our objective now is to maintain our existing controls and ensure that we apply due diligence. We currently have an audit committee that's been in existence for many, many years. It's been appointed by our accounting officer that comprises of 3 external members in line with the PFMA. We also have a risk management committee, enterprise risk management committee, also established by the accounting officer. That works very closely with the audit committee. And internally, we have structures that support both these committees. We have our internal audit and risk committee, as well as our risk and integrity management unit that supports the work of these 2 external audit committees and risk committee. And the audit committee regularly reports on our performance to our executive authority. So although, GCIS has a clean audit with no material non-compliance to any prescripts or any breaches to our systems of internal controls, we still continue to strengthen our supply chain and expenditure management to mitigate against irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We also endeavor to continue improving our organizational performance and addressing challenges related to the 30 days of payment of suppliers, which continues to remain a priority as well. Chairperson, so that is the presentation from our side. I'll hand back to Mr. Nene. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nene. Can I then invite the CEO, the chairperson of MDDA, to lead us into the presentation of MDDA, and also just as I invite you, colleagues, just to request that you assist us to limit your presentation to not more than 15 minutes. We do have a house sitting that starts at 2, and we would like to end this sitting at about 1:15 at the latest to allow members a comfort break before they prepare for the house sitting. The chairperson of MDDA.
Good afternoon, Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
and good afternoon to honorable members of the platform and colleagues, and specifically to the 2 deputy ministers on the platform. Chair, I think we're going to be very helpful for you in this regard.
Thank you.
I am going to ask the CEO of MDDA not to take too long with the presentation, because in a sense, we only have 2 vacant positions, and then we have 12 unfunded positions, which are as a result of a structure that we had said this will be phased in about 3 years. Period. So for that purpose, really, the only positions that we can talk about is the 2. On the side of the governance side, I think Mr. Nene has already covered that in respect of the board. I wouldn't want us to cover that because it has been sufficiently conversed. CEO, I think just cover the 2 slides and be brief on the matter. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members on the platform, deputy ministers on the platform, chairperson of the MDDA board, other chairpersons on the platforms, and colleagues from other public entities. Chair, the information would be very brief that I will share, guided by the chairperson of the board of the MDDA. Safe to say the only area to highlight in this slide is that the MDDA is established through the MDDA Act, and that also determines how the board of the agency is established. Mr. Nene spoke about that earlier on. Chair, the chairperson of the MDDA board has highlighted that we only have 2 vacancies in the organization. In fact, one is in the process of being filled, that of ICT specialist. We are anticipating that the candidate will start then from the first month of the year or in Jan. Just looking at the governance framework, the agency is operating within a number of legislative frameworks, including the MDDA Act and the founding of the agency and its mandate. I will then just indicate, Chair, that the board of the agency has a board charter, the board code of conduct, and other documents relating to the board and its committees. We also have a governance agreement that then informs the operational environment that the agency is in. And all of those give the board the power to then oversee the operations of the agency. The agency acts through its board, and responsibilities are delegated to the CEO through a delegations of authority. As Mr. Nene indicated earlier on, and the chairperson of the board highlighted, is that the MDDA board is to consist of 9 members. There's presently 8 board members. The one vacancy, as indicated, is that of a representative from the print sector. And this is the composition of the board led by Professor Hlengani Mathebula. We do have other committees that support the functions and various work within the agency. One I think is important to highlight is the Audit and Risk Committee, which is an independent committee chaired by Professor Mahabir. We, in partnership with the chairperson of the board, they have ensured that there's oversight and accountability on the management, particularly in dealing with some of the audit outcomes that the agency has dealt with to get to a position where the entity has now received a clean audit. We do have the Corporate Affairs Committee, Projects Oversight Committee, as well as the Research Capacity Building, Monitoring and Evaluations Committee. Chair, I would like to also say that the board has had all of its meetings, statutory and additional meetings to approve documents, including these committees, and there hasn't been any significant or any challenges, in fact, at all that were raised either by internal audit or the AGSA where governance is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nene. Let me just check. That will be the total presentation from GCIS.
Yes, Chairperson, that is correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nene, and thank you to your teams for assisting me with time. Honorable members, we have received the presentation, and I think colleagues will appreciate why we wanted to receive these presentations, to talk to 2 critical areas. One is the issue surrounding critical vacancies, because as we know, the unfulfilled critical vacancies impacts on the performance of the entities and ultimately impacts on service delivery and the lives of the people. So we tried to, as a committee, have a handle over where are we in that process, as well as understanding and getting a bird's eye view of what the governance challenges are, so that we try and close the gap in our oversight in the departments and the entities. So I really want to appreciate, we have almost over 104 attendees, all the entities, and they have availed themselves, and we really appreciate your presence on the platform. Colleagues, we have an opportunity to engage the various presentations. I see Honorable Chabaleng has put his hand up, so if honorable members can also assist me, it's now 12:10. We can allow about 15 to 20 minutes for our inputs into comments and questions. If you can try and assist me to 3 minutes or 4 minutes at the most, and then we'll allow for responses. And then we would also want to request members, before we adjourn this meeting, we need to adopt a set of minutes as well, because we have now we have more than 6 members. Honorable Chabaleng, thereafter Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Chabaleng, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chair, and really greetings to the committee members as well as fellow colleagues, including the ministers online, deputy ministers, as well as the DM online, including the officials in the department. I think the question on our side was to ask on the formulation of the boards. You know, it was quite strange when I actually heard that, I think it was the SABC board and the other boards, that these boards were actually, you know, promulgated or actually brought into effect during 2023. Which I'm bringing this concern on, saying that we've had a lot of challenge with regards to board structures in terms of their effectivity from a political influence point of view, where these boards serve previous masters. They are not serving the interest of the people that we as public representatives represent. Instead, they are actually there as boards to operate for old handlers as well as people who actually appointed these people in boards. So we are not having effective policy implementation as a result of this, you know, almost cannibal practices where you have outgoing administrations over their last 5 years, but they leave behind almost implants to continue their own political trajectory, you know, pursuits and interests. So we want to really, you know, urge that we need to adopt a process whereby we need a refreshing of these boards and we need to align them with political administrative period. So if a board operates for 5 years, that board should operate within the 5 years calendar period of the administration that has been given the power to operate with regards to the state. So it has to work within the, you know, promulgation of the appointment when the new government comes in up to the end of the new government. So in our committee side of it, we just want to bring this as a main concern to say, I think these boards need to be done. With the current boards that already have been appointed 2-3 years prior, I think we need to take a decision to say these boards, we need to see how we can reaffirm them as well as how we can restructure them. We don't necessarily say they must be collapsed, but if it was our point of view, we would say let's collapse them and actually appoint brand new boards. That will work for the committee's interest and make sure that we actually cover the key areas of problems that have already been identified. The other challenge is, I'm quite worried, by the way. I'm not well, my apologies on this one. I'm quite worried, Chair. We have the Department of Communications, and this is a general observation, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, but most of the people in the department, and I'm talking about from the minister right down to the ordinary executives, most of them are not au fait with technology. They really don't have the technological experience or actually the skills to be technologically savvy. The presentations are quite dull and boring, and it doesn't show that this is a Department of Communications on visual effects, as well as Department of Communications in terms of digital technologies. In comparison to what we saw at GovTech, to what the department is providing and producing, I think we're wasting a lot of money in really giving them these huge budgets, which we really need to start holding them accountable for, because the optics are not right. They are terrible, and they really need to do something about the way they actually present to us and actually give us the confidence. I'm not confident that they know what they're doing. I really am starting to question their capability from all levels, executives, including, you know, at the ministry level. We really have to change culture, and we really have to take South African people serious, and it starts at the leadership level, and we really need to turn around on this. On the vacancy issues, we've had the reports and some of the issues highlighted. I'm not going to go much into it. The other related questions on programs, the target of the department is totally out. 50% or more than 50% of South Africans today are actually youth. Yet the department has got no targeted priority towards the youth in majority to really bring them into this digital era, the communications era, and attending to the issues of youth empowerment, youth development, as well as the youth skills development in the ICT space and communications. So I think there is a major issue, you know, with all the entities issues. We've already attended to most of the entities crisis. You know, the department's target and goals really needs to be relooked at. I would suggest, before even going forward into many other issues, that we need a workshop day with the department to deal with the issues and problems that they have, rather than them coming to a meeting to report on problems that we are going to thrash them on. Let's rather have a workshop and saying, in our view, this is where we would like to see you as a department, and how can we work together? We already have strategized. Our strategy has been adopted. It's clear. We need to just put it into visual effects for it to look great. But all of those objectives needs to be communicated now to the department in terms of what is our ideal outcome. So, Chair, I won't take too much of the time, but I must say I'm extremely disappointed that the department is operating at a very laissez-faire, lackadaisy, very casual, and really does not reflect the mood of a proper Department of Communications as well as digital technologies. You've seen all the enterprise support companies that support the department. They are upbeat. They are on the highest level of expression. But when you come to the department, you get very disappointed. So I must say it's a disappointment. The report as well doesn't really attend to anything. We are interested as MK in rural youth. We are interested in women development. We are interested in empowerment in terms of ICT of our people in communities where they are disadvantaged, particularly townships and communities. We are interested in giving skills, giving access, giving technological bridging, and all of those things. And yet the report doesn't talk to any of those ambitions and vision. Instead, they're actually talking to themselves. So we are not really pleased with the report, and we are not going to be really happy to support any of its adoption. It needs to change, and the attitude of the department needs to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. Safe to mention that what is the MK's concerns only, it would be a committee's concern with youth employment, rural issues, etc. Thank you so much for your contribution. Honorable Mkhaka.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll be quick because I'm waiting for the bus here. Very soon, I'll be away. Chair, let me first appreciate and welcome the reports. Greetings to the deputy ministers and the minister and everybody in the platform, honorable members. First, appreciate and welcome the report, particularly the summary, the highlights in relation of the filling of vacancies across entities. I think it's useful. It should be a permanent item in our agenda so that we're able to appraise ourselves and see how do we intervene in some areas. But welcome, Chair, and commend the work done by GCIS, MTDA, in terms of the G20. I think they tried their best in ensuring that we put our country in a spotlight, and also G20 is understood by the majority of our people in our country. I think it did us well done. Appreciate the new entity that has just adopted the organogram organizational structure, reported by, was it Mrs. Moros? Because there were no retrenchments. It must welcome that across entities. I didn't hear anything that talks about retrenchments. I'll be the second issue is to recommend that the creation of new jobs, there has to be a new column additional to the current columns for the creation of new jobs, so that we're able to understand whether we're talking of a jobless kind of economy as far as this sector is concerned. What we term, including what we term the moratorium. I don't understand the logic of this moratorium. Perhaps it could be explained. It could be explained. Lastly, Chair, it's in relation to the split between personnel and non-personnel across each entity. What is it that informs the split between personnel and non-personnel, so that the majority of the budget goes towards the service delivery, concrete service delivery, than in ensuring that we just split budget and the major beneficiaries are employees. And don't have anything against employees, but I think it's important that we understand that the ambition of this country is to address the basic needs of our people. That's all, Chair. Let me rush for the person. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Delisha, and thereafter Honorable Singh.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Mkhakha, you need to switch off. You need to mute Honorable Mkhakha. Secretariat, can I request that you mute Honorable Mkhakha? He's probably now on the bus. Thank you. Honorable Delisha, I saw your hand up.
Yes, it was up, Chair. I put it down as you were allowing me platform to speak. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening to you and everyone in this meeting. There are too many issues, Chair, but I'll try to wrap them up as fast as I can. And maybe let me start with DCDT. Chair, it's disturbing for me that the report states that the department has been operating with a startup structure. So there's a structure that was meant for 12 months, and it operated for over 5 years now. I think we must agree that that is an indication of such profound failure of leadership and even the strategic planning. It can't be something that is acceptable. So moving forward, Chair, with critical directorates like digital access and services and broadband services understaffed, I wonder if the department can tell us how they are rolling out these programs effectively, because I'm not convinced that the vacancy crisis is not directly contributing to these delays, which are leaving our people without the affordable internet that we want them to have and the digital services that we want them to have. So how are these vacancies, not affecting these rolling out programs? And again, there are key vacancies in digital infrastructure and technologies, which are critical, Chairperson. They're critical in and for building, the network infrastructure. So how many months has the rollout of broadband infrastructure been delayed due to these unfilled posts? Because you can't need so many people and you say, we've got unfilled posts, but, there's no delay. The delay is not affected by that. And maybe if we were to estimate the economic cost of this delay, what would it be? If they were to come to us and say, the economic cost of these delays, this is what it is. The department, again, claims it will only fill high priority posts. And this confuses me and concerns me because I don't think they know the high priority. By what criteria are they going to do this? Because we see, I just literally said there were key vacancies in technologies and digital infrastructure that are not filled. And they are telling us that they are going to now fill high priority posts. So what is the breakdown? I don't know if we can trust what they consider high priority, and what justification it is that they can give, because they have been, showing, they have been found lacking when it comes to this, the filling of the exact, key vacancies that they needed to fill. The department, Chairperson, has a target of 104 positions for young people, but currently employs only 27. If that is not disgraceful, I don't know what is, because we have the unemployment, the youth unemployment in our country is at crisis level. For them to have 104 positions, yet only 27 of young people are employed. I don't know what could be more disgraceful than that, Chair. And it is the same with the exclusion of people living with disabilities. The department has 6 people against the target of 11 people. With the 87 vacancies, hiring just 5 people with disabilities would meet a target. Why is that not done? Why is it not made absolute and non-negotiable, condition for hiring, for the hiring panel? Because I don't believe this is a lack of candidates. So they must explain to us why is it that they haven't filled, 5 positions of people living with disabilities. What could be difficult in doing that? And to add, Chair, the gender representation in technical branches is appalling. I don't know, and this is why I'm saying that what would be their criteria when they're saying they are filling the high priority posts? Because I'm looking at their gender representation in technical branches. It is appalling. I don't know if the department has any radical measures being taken to actively recruit and appoint women, particularly Black women, into these technical and strategy roles. Because why should we have confidence in them in the current recruitment process when it's clearly, not producing anything other than just reproducing these patriarchal patterns? So I just need clarity on that, Chairperson. And they also admit, and this, I have a problem with this, and I think I always raise it in the committee, that the department admits to a lack of internal skill. And it then says they hired a service provider to process, application. Do they not agree that, this over-reliance on consultants is a waste of public funds? We say it all the time. Do away with consultants and just build state capacity. Hire people that can be permanent and skilled within the HR unit. Why is it that they're not doing? Why is it difficult to do that? And it is easy for them to just find, external service providers to do the work that they can, ensure that they have it internal in the department. Chair, the report by Mr. Shelembe is definitely not a report of progress, in my view. It's just an indication of how we continue, how the department continues to fail. I can't help but to see a portfolio in crisis where entities are tasked with one thing and they are just unable to do it. They are tasked to bridge a gap, to bridge the digital divide. They are not doing that. We see forensic investigations with no consequences, audit regressions with no accountability, and critical vacancies while people remain unconnected. I don't know if they don't see how maybe I personally see it, that there is no way that you can be tasked with one thing and then you don't do it. And we are aware, we get told in this committee, people come and say this is not done, but there's still no consequences. Yet our people don't get, the services. Why is there no consequence management for the clear failures, Chairperson? Why are state entities like the SABC and the South African Post Office being deliberately collapsed? And when will we get to a point where people of South Africa see benefits of why these departments exist in the first place? Because I don't think that they see now, because we say these departments, here are the mandates, and we sit in these committees and we just presented something that is not that is telling us that services are not delivered to our people. And then maybe quickly, Chair, just, to deal with GCIS. The report admits that the vacancy rate is not decreasing as anticipated. And they say that this is because posts are filled by internal people while others are exiting. So now, is this not a costly game of musical chairs that does not necessarily it doesn't add new capacity to public service? So maybe what I want to know, Chair, is how many of these filled posts are simply permanent appointments of people who were already acting in those roles? And, how is that benefiting the tangible benefit to the public? And we've been raising this issue of the DG post, and it's the most critical, post in the department. And we are told that they are at the interview stage, and we must expect the start date to be February 2026. Why has this taken so long? Why does it take long? Maybe they can explain to us. Apart from these vacancies now not being filled, can they explain to us why does it take so long to fill, these vacancies? What is the problem? And quickly, Chair, and maybe lastly, with the board of MDDA. So the board of MDDA includes representatives from commercial and broadcast media, commercial print and broadcast media. I wonder if this does not represent a fundamental conflict of interest, where the very entities that benefit from the media landscape are helping to oversee the agency designed to challenge them. All right. So how does the board ensure that it prioritizes community media over the interest of its commercial members? Because I just want clarity on that. Is there a way that they are doing that? Because I don't know. I'm not very sold to have such people as members of the board. And lastly, Chair, there is something I don't understand. The MDDA mandate is to redress exclusion and marginalization and challenge media monopolies. However, their report states that the implementation of its new structure is subject to budget availability, and 10 of its 12 vacancies are unfunded. I don't understand that. I don't understand what that means. I don't know if the CEO can clarify that. How can MDDA possibly fulfill its mandate when it's being starved of resources by the very same government that founded it? Is it not a case of state sabotaging a crucial tool for media diversity? How does it work? I need clarity on that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Elisha. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. Chair, I think at the end of the day, the entire committee is concerned about the performance of the various of the departments and their entities. And things are not happening as quickly as it should for South Africans and the most vulnerable of South Africans in our rural areas. I think we all agree to that. However, I'm going to confine my input to what this presentation was meant to do. And that was to actually, we didn't ask for the presentation to tell us about its performance of its on its functions and things, but to give us a report regarding its governance challenges and the vacancies that it has. So it goes without saying that these reports are critical, because if we have the high number of vacancies that we do, it would be impossible for them to fulfill their mandates. And that is why we need to address now these vacancies and the challenges that they're having and the governance challenges that they're having, because these are two things that will unlock and break these bottlenecks to get the outcomes that we want in these departments. So I want to start off from the point where I don't think anyone can dispute that the presentation certainly doesn't paint a pretty picture. The vacancy rates in most entities are still way too high, and it's taking way too long to get those positions filled. However, I think we need to look at a starting point as well, because when we talk about this department being set up in 2019 under a startup structure, which was only meant to be valid for 12 months, that situation was allowed to persist for the entire last administration. Because we are told that the structure was only finalized on the 27th of August, 2024. So taking that into account, I think we need to see whether we are moving the right direction or not. So the ones that we're definitely not moving in the right directions is where we've had regressions in audit outcomes and no improvements, especially with post office still getting a disclaimer. So those are issues that need to be seriously looked at. The other concern that I have is that we have too many acting positions at senior level. And Chair, when you have acting positions, people generally never take positions. They're not decisive because they're not there in a permanent capacity. So for us to actually have the decisions taken quickly, with speed, and have somebody accountable, we cannot be continually having these people at high level in acting positions for such long periods of time. Then we also have a lot of suspensions. These are taxpayer funds that are paying people who sit at home to do nothing. So maybe what we should be calling for as well is a separate report on all of these suspensions and what it's costing us at the moment. I think maybe that should be a different report that comes forward. And we'll then see how many people were acting and the like. So in as much as the picture looks very bad, I think maybe one of the things that could have been included in this report is where vacancies have been filled, because we have to also acknowledge the progress that has been made. And there's been lots of vacancies that have now been filled since the structure was finalized from August 2024. And perhaps what should have been included in this presentation was the dates from when these positions were not filled prior to that. Remember, there was also a problem, we didn't have a structure. So we need to see if we are moving in the right direction. And in a lot of instances we are. They've also listed a couple of things that they are doing to try and speed up these hiring processes, like people being able to get their tests in 48 hours and things, which used to take much longer before. So some of those measures are definitely welcome. So I do think that there is a move in the right direction. The question is whether it's happening quickly enough. That's my input, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable members, I don't see any further hands. Let me very quickly input on my side, colleagues. Let me firstly indicate that you have largely expressed what I would have covered. Safe to mention that to the departments that there must be an urgency in filling the vacant positions that arise in the various departments. It cannot be a knee-jerk reaction. It cannot be an urgency demonstrated because it's an item on the portfolio committee that this spurs everybody into action. I think what's clearly coming out from this is that we will continue to track the filling of vacancies very closely, because it impacts, firstly, it's valuable. Each and every entity here must realize that for every unfilled position, there are unemployed people out there, skilled young people that are desperate to seek jobs, and we have the jobs and we're denying them of a livelihood. And I think that should invoke in us a sense of humanity for us to respond with purpose and urgency, rather than to respond because it's a duty we need to do. So that's, I think, all honorable members here are responding as elected officials representing the people. We respond feeling the pain of our people, and hence we are saying there must be an urgency from the departments to this matter here. Let me then also appreciate the attempt by GCIS and their response in that the 40 positions that you had indicated are vacant, you've provided us the quantification of which stage they are in. And I think that's a reasonable report, kind of report that we would want to get, that where are we in the stage of filling those 40 positions. I think it would be amiss if I don't appreciate the manner in which it was presented. I also wanted to then appreciate the audit integrated action plan report by GCIS, which attempts to then consolidate all the problems as a department and then have a plan to ultimately bring it down. I think that gives us some comfort that you are trying to arrest the problems across your entities and then find solutions. I certainly hope that there is collaborating and sharing of ideas between the entities, because then that helps us to then fix up problems. One might have a solution that where else others have a problem. I think if that sharing of ideas takes place, it will assist. But I wanted to appreciate that. I wanted to indicate to the department, your presentation, you should give us in a single page a consolidated scorecard, not a scorecard, a consolidated picture of all entities, that what is the vacancies, what's filled, what's unfulfilled, so that we can see from an entire entity on a single sheet what is the position, and then we hold the department accountable for that positions, because having to deal with several entities, it's necessary, but I think a single page is necessary for all of them. I want to underscore the importance of what Honorable Felicia has mentioned of 27 out of 104 vacancies, and we have young people that are unemployed. I think that point has been made strongly. I wasn't very impressed with the fact that we had 53 appeals for positions. When you deal with issues of human conduct, human behavior, you're redeploying people, you're discussing things. 53 appeals talks to a systemic weakness in probably how we went about dealing with reorganizing, because 53 staff were unhappy and they came back. Maybe on the governance side, if time allows, I would have imagined, I understand that the post office has got some leniency or request by the president till end of December that the status quo must remain. I thought that was an important governance item that was not highlighted. December is upon us. What happens then to that contract of social services after that day? I am concerned that there is no progress in terms of the SABC Centec. That impasse continues to impact on Centec's cash flows. It continues to impact on SABC's inability to innovate, etc., etc., etc. But what is the status quo? Are we making progress? I know this department has written a letter and escalated it to the leader of government business, but we haven't had any feedback. Maybe the department's DG, if you want to tell us. And lastly, maybe around SAPO, I welcome the comments made that the BRPs are preparing for their exit strategy. And I also welcome the fact that we've seen that request for information that is been put out for strategic partners for SAPO. And maybe the question then to ask is, when do you see this changeover taking place, the new board of SAPO being appointed together with the executive positions and the BRPs exiting the system? When do you see that happening? Let me then hand back to the department. DM Gungubela, may I request that you lead the responses, and thereafter you will ask DM Morolong from the GCIS point of view. Is DM Gungubela still with us? If he is not, maybe DG, can I hand to you then for the department, and then we'll go to GCIS after you.
Thank you, Chair. May I just invite, because of time, invite the DDG administration to respond on the matters, and then also then DDG Ngobeni on the SAPO BRP exit. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Chairperson and members. The questions and comments that were addressed to the presentation that I've made, yes, firstly to acknowledge the concerns. They are very, very valid in terms of the pace of the department that we're trying to fast track currently. So in terms of the having the service provider to assist, the work was a 6-week work because of the magnitude of the recruitment drive at this point. So hence we did not identify posts in HR to be filled permanently in this regard. But there are, like I've indicated, that there are 2 deputy director positions that are permanent in the structure that we are at the stage of finalizing to have them permanently. However, for this task, the work was 6-week work, so we did not consider that. Otherwise, after the 6 weeks and we have people permanent, it was not going to work for the department. So that's the reason why we had a service provider. It was only for 6 weeks. Then in terms of the priority positions, we had looked at the functions and the initiatives and the targets that were linked to the APP, the business plan, priority programs, as well as the requirements in terms of the, for example, PFMA, Public Service Act and regulation, in terms of certain posts that should be in place in all government departments for controls and governance purposes. So we looked at, there was that criteria that the DDG, the task team of the DDGs looked at to identify out of the 50 positions, which ones will fall under that category. And also the posts that are not filled, the nature, what will be the nature and the magnitude of implication, whether it will be within the unit or chief directorate or the branch of the whole department. So there was a clear criteria to guide the department in that regard. And in terms of the impact, in terms of the programs, yes, we acknowledge that the acting arrangements are not sustainable as well. They also bring in efficiencies, as well as there's that impact into the programs as well. Hence, we started with the job grading and job description for those areas that Honorable Member indicated for those programs that they should be advertised first. So I think from that on my presentation, the concerns were that in terms of the slow pace that we are taking cognizance of, and we are doing everything to accelerate the pace in that regard. And then also the feeling of, the last point in terms of the equity. Yes, honorable members, we acknowledge the gaps in terms of those targets, and it's something that we are addressing as we fill the current positions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DTG. May I invite DTG Ngobeni just to give an overview with regards to the BRP exit? Okay, if he's not in the platform. Yes, honorable members, we've taken out on 2 parts, we've taken out the issues, we've taken out the advertisement for then the partnerships. It's much long awaited on that. We took the decision for the department to lead on this, considering that there's an imminent exit on the BRPs. The BRPs have considering filing the notice for their exit, honorable members. However, there are still ongoing consultations in government that are taking place in this regard. Our main concern is going to be on two parts. I think obviously is to make sure that there is a sustainability plan for SAPO post their exit, and also then to make sure that from a partnership perspective and viability, that the SAPO is now on the road to then being viable and sustainable. I must indicate that we've already received large expression of interest from a partnership perspective. And so we are looking forward then to basically pursue those proposals that we will receive. The closing date is the 15th of December. We're working on this together with the National Treasury, the task team that is in the department, as well as then the DBSA. So the filing for the PRs is then pending both the consultation and as when then the matter will be tabled in court. I think, honourable members, the issues with regards to the internal administrative have been addressed. Suffice perhaps there are then two issues, and I must apologize that earlier we did not respond to Honourable Felicia's comment with regards to the cost of data in the country, and I'm hoping that the chair of ICASA, who's on the platform, will be able to further respond. And then on the issues with regards to the portfolio and its current status, I think, yes, honourable members, you are receiving, and with a lot of media attention, on the forensic investigations and even including the whistleblower. We do encourage that the whistleblowers come forward in as far as directing these matters appropriately. We would want to make sure that it does not distract from the work of both the department as well as the specific entities. We do conduct these forensic investigations, honourable members, and we have communicated this continuously between ourselves, the board, as well as management. The department takes charge with regards to forensic investigation related to the board, and then the entities themselves and through the board will then deal with the internal matters. I want to indicate, I think there was a review with regards to the audit regression, just to indicate that the audit regressions, honourable members, by and large, we're continuously on the right path. There are just a few entities as highlighted. I think it's only SAPO that remains in terms of then the regression of that matter, and that is partly why we are also looking towards the stabilization of it, ensuring that there's a proper board, and also then there's critical committees that will oversee the matters related to audit and risk, as well as governance matters within the organization. But you would have also noted much improvement in the other entities as well, including obviously the department still maintaining a clean audit. The intention for us is to make sure overall improvement across the portfolio. And then with regards to the issue of the startup structure, maybe as my last comment to address. Honourable members, the issue of the structure remains obviously the mandate of or sign off by the executive. Unfortunately, as you would have seen, that the department itself since 2019 has gone through 5 ministers. And each of those would obviously need to come in, acquaint themselves with the structure, have their view, and by the time the process is then resubmitted to or for consideration, there has been a change of leadership. We're hoping now, at least now we've got a structure that has been signed off, and now we're in the process of making sure that we fill in those vacancies and do then the stabilization. We've also taken the position to ensure that during this period, the actual coordination and implementation of our program is between our entities, the department, as well as the private sector, as well as partners. So the concern with regards to if we're going to have a high number of vacancies, specifically under the broadband, just to give the assurance that the execution and implementation of the broadband project is by and large driven by our entities, which is then BBI, CETA, as well as Centec. together with the private sector under the social obligations under the custodian of our regulator. And we, as the department, just looks at the issues of the coordination and making sure the reporting of this. I would like to, with your permission, Chair, very quickly hand over to the chairperson of the regulator just to talk on the issues of the cost of data. Thank you.
Chairperson of ICASA. DG, can we move on to GCIS and come back to Chairperson of ICASA when you find established if he's ready to address us? Can I then request DM Morolong to lead the responses on the input of
Chair.
Okay, you are with us.
Good afternoon, yes, Chair. Sorry, my mic was misbehaving this side. It's Mitibi here.
Yeah,
my apologies. Afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Yeah, Chair, from our side, what I can report to yourself and members on the issue of data cost, I think members, you're aware that ICASA has been on the path of identifying elements that are required for a review, in identifying areas that needs to be reviewed in terms of contribution towards reduction of cost. So what we have done parallel to the process, we will be publishing the end user charter, which amongst others will be addressing the issue around data expiry, because remember, this has been a topical issue in South Africa, especially for all of us. So in a way of addressing the whole issue around data cost, we've been running the two parallel process. So in terms of the cost, I can affirm that we have seen a decline, obviously, in the past years, but in terms of how much is it supposed to cost in terms of data, it's an area that, if I could be allowed, members, we will come to the committee specific on the issue of data cost so that I can show you in terms of the interventions that the authority has put in place. And I know this is a topical issue, but the end user charter will begin to give members an insight and South Africans on how the authority is addressing the issue of data management and data costs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Board of ICASA, for your presentation. Yes, and we look forward to receiving a briefing from the board, from the regulator, in terms of efforts made in terms of reducing the cost to connect. Colleagues, let's move on to the responses by GCIS. DM Morolong, can you assist us to lead the responses, please, from the department?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We take note of some of the constructive criticism coming out of the inputs by members of the portfolio committee. We must indicate that we are committed to the timelines that have been stipulated in the various reports, both from the MDD and GCIS, on how we intend to make sure that the filling of these vacancies become a reality. We must indicate the first question and concern raised around the issue of the appointment of the Director General for GCIS is that we would have attempted 2 years ago to fill this position. It would have been advertised, there would have been a shortlisting process and interviews, and I had the privilege of being part of the process that resulted in the panel not being able to finally reach a consensus on the best appropriate candidate out of the process as stipulated in the criterion. And that is why the process then would have resulted in the re-advertising of the position.
And that is why there's a commitment through the timeline stipulated here in the action plan that this position would be filled by next year, January. And we are committed to making sure that these positions are filled consistent with the commitment that has been made. The establishment of MDDA was as a consequence of a number of things, but chief amongst which was the partnership between government and both commercial and print media. And that is why the Act enjoins the President to appoint a representative of both sectors. So it is not a determination of the ministry. It is actually a function of the Act. And that is why, Chairperson, the capitalization of MDDA occurs through the appropriation of funds from Parliament. About 40 million is appropriated by Parliament to MDDA for its operations. And the rest of the capitalization comes from the mainstream commercial and broadcasters and commercial print who contribute financially through what we call the USEF levy, Universal Service and Access Levy, which contributes to many other projects that we have seen the MDDA undertake, including funding of community radio state-of-the-art equipment, as we have seen in the past, because 40 million rather would not be enough for the MDDA to be able to fund its operation and be able to fund projects. As you know, that the MDDA Act enjoins MDDA to channel its resources towards support of community and small commercial media. So if members feel that there's no need for a representation of these sectors, who are quite important, and also making sure that we capitalize the MDDA, we say that this is a function of the Act, and if members feel strongly that they want to amend the Act, they are fully aware of the processes that must ensue to make sure that that Act is amended, and there is now a window for concrete proposals to be made on the amendment of the Act. I don't know if there are other issues that are of strategic nature that I should respond to. Other than that, I would request that if there are still outstanding administrative questions that have to be responded to, we request Sandile and the CEO of the MDDA to provide responses to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Just the two questions on our side. Just to give the members a sense of comfort on the filling of vacancies. So there were 14 positions that we filled. Of that, there were 4 candidates that were acting, but 3 were subsequently appointed. So in a nutshell, we do have new blood. We are conscious of that, but we're also conscious in terms of the changing environment in which we operate as GCIS. And there's also a constant need to ensure that we maintain that balance in terms of the new joiners and those that are going to take GCIS to a greater height. So we just need to deal with that, because just because you are acting, it does not automatically mean that you qualify. We have a very stringent HR process that is applicable to anybody. And one of the preconditions is that you must have at least met all the requirements. You must be certified competent. You must have undergone a thorough interview process, so that at least we're able to deal with that. And then what we also need to say, DM, to the committee, that if you look at how we've been able to fill the 27 positions that we've indicated, that is, I think, the shortest period, because in terms of the Public Service Regulation 65 rather, it does provide that we're all given 8 months to fill vacancies. So within GCIS, we've not been able to to go anywhere near that on positions that obviously are within the administration, and the DM has dealt with those that are at a ministry cabinet level. Now, lastly, just to demonstrate, when we advertise as GCIS, as all other entities within government, you advertise for 21 days, and in most cases, because I think we may be, and we haven't really gotten that recognition, but I think as GCIS, we may be the employer of choice. On average, you do have 2,500 CVs, out of which we need about 5 or 6 people to interview. So typically, it will take you about 2 weeks to actually sift through using our own internal processes, but also in terms of the resources, because what we want to get at is that you want to get to the most or the strongest candidates for interview, because we do believe in the meritocracy that we thrive on. And after that, we have to have interviews, which will take you another 2 to 3 weeks. And there's a suitability checks that we have to do, competency tests that we need to do, and then we start processing the appointments. Now, there's also a difference between, hence, if you look at our table, we talk about the appointment and the assumption of duties by the individual. So what we control is when do we then issue out a letter. But you still recall that some of the colleagues that we would have appointed are serving elsewhere, and they will still need a month or 2 to serve notice before they come to us. So that's why sometimes the processes will take a little bit longer. However, we are very much aware in terms of the need to fill positions, and we've critically ensure that at least we fill those positions. I think that's the one thing that was left on our end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nene. I think that would complete the responses from the Department of GCIS. Thank you so much. I think, colleagues, we have sufficiently covered those 2 items. I think safe to say we can, as a committee and as entities, appreciate the importance of this item being on our agenda from time to time, and the content advisors will take note of that, so that we continue to ensure that we hold the departments and the entities accountable to fulfill these positions with urgency, and to also keep a close eye on the critical governance issues that are affecting them. So thank you so much, colleagues, for your presence and the engagement on that item. I would now request Hajira, Secretariat, to please take us to the last item, and that is the review and the adoption of the last minutes of the last Portfolio Committee meeting. Hajira?
Afternoon, members. Members, we have the minutes Tuesday, 18th of November. Our agenda there was the adoption of our strike plan, our committee minutes, and also the presentation by the department and Operation Vulindlela. That was the attendance, members. On the second page, also attendance. The opening and welcome. Consideration and adoption of the strike plan. In terms of that, the strike plan was adopted with comments indicated by members. Also noting that the DA made a reservation as it pertains to the BBBEE recommendations report. Then we adopted our minutes. There was opening remarks by the department. In terms of the presentation on digital transformation and roadmap, these were the observations, members, and I'll read the recommendations. In terms of recommendations, the department and Operation Vulindlela to strengthen interdepartmental coordination and work more aggressively, to coordinate digital identity systems and broadband infrastructure rollouts, to finalize institutional clarity between Operation Vulindlela and the department, to provide clear timelines and a detailed implementation plan, that the department, in collaboration with the presidency, develop and publish a comprehensive funding plan for DPI rollout, and that the department implement a unified government services platform and avoid duplication of apps, and present the committee proof of the concept by its Q4 2026, that the department accelerate the SA Connect implementation, especially in underserviced areas where they prioritize rural connectivity and affordability of devices, and also expedite the rollout of critical digital infrastructure projects. That the department engage SALGA and municipalities to secure local government buy-in for digital reforms and to provide quarterly reports to the committee on the progress. That they strengthen interdepartmental coordination between the task force or similar structures to avoid duplication and to accelerate outcomes and provide a plan by Q3 of 2026. That the department and Operation Vulindela prioritize a unified digital identity framework and submit a list of private sector partners and related procurement processes for transparency in DPI projects, and that the department ensure that all government data is hosted locally to finalize framework for data classification and sharing and to report that to the committee by Q3. And the department to develop a national cybersecurity framework aligned with digital government systems. The department also to conduct an employment impact assessment for automation of government services, and the department to launch the national digital strategy and awareness campaign. Further to that, the committee updated its program, and then matters arising there was that the committee would undertake an oversight on the 5th. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Hajira. Colleagues, those are the minutes, and it was circulated prior to this meeting, so members would have had an opportunity to have sight of it. If there are any additions, if there are no additions or amendments to the minutes, may I please seek the committee's assistance to have it adopted?
Chair, can I move for acceptance of the meeting as a true reflection of our last deliberations? My name is Alko Ngobese.
Gabonga, thank you, Honorable Ngobese, for your moving of the adoption. May I request an honorable member to second the adoption of the minutes?
Second, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gabonga. Thank you, Honorable Mkhaka, for assisting us in seconding the adoption of the minutes. Colleagues, it brings us to the end of the meeting. To note 2 points. One is that the meeting, the next portfolio committee meeting is on Tuesday. It would be a virtual meeting. However, in the Tuesday afternoon, in the plenary, we are adopting the BRRR reports for, I think, both GCIS and for the department. And that is important, so members would want to prepare for that. And then on Thursday, there was an item, and that was, I think, the telcos report, but that's been moved off. Though it's a three-line whip on Thursday in the House, the committee itself is not doing any presentations, and colleagues must have got calls from the logistics to assist us to start making our plans to return. And the reason I'm mentioning that is that we then don't have to stay right till the end, and we can travel sooner to Johannesburg on Thursday afternoon for our oversight visit at MDDA on Friday, the 5th of December. Let me thank all honorable members. Let me thank the executive, the 2 DMs that have joined us, to the chairpersons of board, the department, the officials. Giabonga Kokolo, thank you so much for your participation. And we certainly have benefited from this engagement today, and we will continue to persevere to assist each other to serve the people of the country. Thank you so much, and this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.